friends, pyramid masters, and gods from all over the world. We have the privilege of being in this wonderful Himalayan bed called Ladakh, along with the dynamic being Brahmashri Pitamaha Patriji. This Leh Ladakh edition of Conversations with Patriji. So today we will touch upon the first topic which you shared with us at the Life University, the five-finger concept of the 5 E's. I remember 3 of them because I resonated most with them. Explore, experiment, and evolve.
Okay.
Can you share more about that?
The first E is experimentation. The second E is experience. We will discuss about these 2 E's. Everything is an experiment. You are going to sleep. The sleep is an experiment. And you will have an experience of sleep. You are doing meditation. It's an experiment. And you will have an experience in meditation. You mix acid and alkali. What will happen if you mix those acid and alkali? That's an experiment. The result is the experience. You get married. It's an experiment. The result is a baby. That is the experience. Okay? So, being born and taking a physical body is an experiment. And your whole life in this physical body is an experience. Okay. I am seeing you. I am answering your question. It's an experiment. And it's an experience. Is it not an experience?
Yes, sir.
You are interviewing me.
Yes, sir.
Coming to Leh Ladakh is an experiment. And we are experiencing this Leh Ladakh. Okay. So you undertake an experiment and you experience something out of it. Everything is an experiment. You are seeing a movie or you are having an ice cream. You put that ice cream in your mouth, that is an experience. Contemplating putting an ice cream in your mouth is an experiment. When you put that ice cream in your mouth, you have an experience. Okay. So everything is experiment, and an experience comes out of every experiment. Okay. I want to meet you. Experiment. Then I don't like you. Okay. Anything may happen, no? Like or dislike happens. Okay. Like is an experience, dislike is also an experience. Okay. Invariably, every experiment gives some experience. And what happens after experience? You say you express, ice cream is good or ice cream is bad. Okay. The interview was hopeless. What kind of a stupid question you put? Okay, a very great question you put. And what kind of a stupid answer I gave? No, I gave a very great answer. After we experience, we express it. It was very satisfying for me to have an interview with you. Oh, it was hopeless. I will never repeat any interview with you. So we express our whatever we want to express. Expression should be there. Some people suppress their expressions. They'll end with the experience. No. After experience, you must express it. Expression is important. Experiment, experience, expression. Your expression gives you evolution. If you suppress it, if you don't speak about it, if you don't think about it, if you don't give expression to your experience, you will not take the next step of evolution. That's why in our meditation sessions, After the meditation, you say, hey, express your experience. What happened to you? No, I have seen some colors. No, I have not seen anything. It was very dull and boring. That was, you have expressed your experience. It was dull and boring. I will never do meditation again. Well, you have expressed yourself. That expression is very important. No, I will do it again. It was so very wonderful. Okay. Tomorrow, will you teach me again? Will you make me do meditation again? So you have expressed. Whenever you express, you take a level in evolution. You take the next step in evolution. That's why in the pyramid spiritual society movement, we want everybody to express. I give mic to everybody. Come, express. Whatever may be, express. Expression is very important. People suppress themselves. They don't interact, they don't react, they don't act. They are afraid to act, they are afraid to react, they are afraid to interact. Why should you be afraid? The first point in spirituality is fearlessness. Fearlessness means you must express. Okay, you may not dislike me, you may not like me, but express your dislike to me. I'll be happy for it. Isn't it? So expression is very important in pyramid spiritual society. Experiment is very important. We ask everybody to experiment. You have never done any meditation, come experiment with meditation. You ask me, why should I do meditation? It's an experiment here. Okay? It's an experiment. Why don't you go for a new experiment? You will have a new experience. And after that meditation, what was your experience? You express. When you express, I know you. When I express, you know me. When I don't listen to your expression, how can I know you? When you don't listen to my expression, how can you know me? When we express ourselves, we give an opportunity for everybody to understand us. And when we listen to others' experiences, expressions, we understand them. We need to understand each other, isn't it? One human being has to understand the other human being, isn't it? So they have to express, and we have to listen to others' experiences, others' expressions. Then what happens? Both the expressor and the listener, they get one more level in evolution. When they listen to your third experience, your expression, oh, I climb one level in evolution. So, oh, this is what happens when she meditated. She got this experience. And it's very beautiful to her according to her own expression. Okay, so meditation is good for some people. That understanding comes to me. It may not be good for everybody. Okay, for example, in meditation, I put some music, or I play the flute. Okay, then I ask for their expressions. Some people say, Swamiji, your flute disturbed me. Never play your flute again. But 99% of people have expressed that your flute was very beautiful for me. It helped us in meditation. So 99% people expressed that the flute, the music helped them in the meditation, and 1% people certainly expressed that it was disturbing to them. So it gives me some data to go to take the next step. If one person was distracted, if 99% were attracted to meditation, I will go by the 99%. If had 99% people said that it was all distracting, I would have never played my flute again. So I go by your expressions. It helps me. So experiment, experience, expression, evolution. Without expression, there is no evolution. Understand? When you put a question to me, when I answer, I am listening to my own answer also. I am also listening to my own expression. Okay, when I am playing a flute, okay, some raga I am playing. I am also hearing to my own playing. My expression in my flute, I am also listening. So, okay, it was very beautiful gamakam I played, or it was not so very good. So I get an evolution. I know my failings, I know my successes. I know where I am an expert, I am where I am not an expert yet. So we will all understand about ourselves. Every understanding gives you a jump in evolution. Okay. When you express yourself, I understand it. When I listen to my own expression, I again understand it. Every understanding gives you an evolution. So first E is experiment, the second E is experience, the third E is expression, the fourth is evolution. Okay. And every evolution, every level of evolution has got a corresponding level of enjoyment. Okay. When I listen to music, there is one enjoyment. When I play music, there is another level of enjoyment. Isn't it? So, when your mind was distracted in meditation, you could have had a lot of thoughts. You didn't enjoy. But when there were no thoughts, you did enjoy much. The bliss was there. The so-called Brahmananda is there. So, when you reach an experience, an evolution, an understanding, there is a corresponding jack-up in enjoyment. Enjoyment is the purpose of life. For that you need to be evolved. For that you need to express based upon your experience, for which you need to do experiment. Okay. The first E is experiment is very important. You must make or do or involve yourself in as many experiments as possible. Okay. If you are lazy, you will not do experiments. Okay. Why we should do tomorrow? Let us have this interview tomorrow, day after tomorrow. Okay. Why should we meditate? Now, tomorrow we will do meditation. Next lifetime we will do meditation. So you are postponing your experiment. Then you are postponing your experience. Okay. Then you are postponing an opportunity for you to express your experience. You are postponing your evolution. Okay. Enlightenment. Okay. So remember this point. Experiment, experience, expression, enlightenment and evolution. Enlightenment is a fresh understanding. What is enlightenment? Enlightenment is a fresh understanding. A new understanding is enlightenment. Light means you see things. In the darkness you don't see things. Some dog is there. You don't know what kind of dog. When you put a torch, then you have light put away. Oh, this is my own dog. Or it's a stray dog. Okay, it's a puppy. It's a male, it's a female. I was understanding it. So enlightenment means every understanding gives you enlightenment. Every enlightenment gives you a level in evolution. So what is the first E?
Experiment.
Second E?
Experience.
Third E?
Expression.
Fourth E?
Enlightenment and evolution.
Fifth E? Evolution.
Enjoyment.
Fifth E? Evolution. Sixth E is enjoyment.
Oh, the 6 E's. Okay.
Okay.
Evolution, enjoyment.
Yeah. Without enlightenment, there is no evolution. Enlightenment, every small understanding is an enlightenment. Every big understanding is an enlightenment. Enlightenment need not necessarily be very big things. Very small things are enlightenment. Okay. For example, your mom prepares some pachadi. Okay. When I understand how she prepares, when I see her, when I put her that, I can also do that. I am enlightened how to prepare the pachadi. Have you tasted pachadi?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We want that pachadi India. We want pachadi Bharat.
We'll make it, sir. Through our channel, we will make it.
Through our channel,
yes, sir.
We'll make pachadi Bharat.
Yes.
Pachadi world.
Pachadi world.
Like Dhyana Jagat. Pachadi Jagat.
Yes.
Okay,
Buddha foods everywhere.
What?
Buddha food everywhere.
Experiment with pachadi.
Yes, sir.
Many people don't know what is pachadi. Okay.
We'll start with that, sir. What is pachadi?
Pachadi is not a chutney. Pachadi is a very beautiful presentation, mostly present in Andhra Pradesh or South India. Okay. You mix it with rice. Okay. And make rice and pachadi combination and put a lot of ghee in it. Okay. Then you will taste heaven in your mouth. That is pachadi. I can't describe it in words, stupid lady. Okay, you have to eat it.
You have to experience it.
Experience it, pachadi.
To completely enjoy it.
Okay. We want pachadi Jagat, pachadi Bharat, pachadi North India.
We will start with that.
Okay. So experiment.
Experiment.
Okay, that is the first point.
Yes, sir.
Okay, whatever you have never eaten so far, you must eat now, excepting a pasta. I don't like pasta.
We will touch upon that, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Experiment.
Experiment. Experience. Then you must express it.
Yes, sir.
You know. Then comes enlightenment.
Enlightenment.
Then comes evolution. Then comes enjoyment.
Enjoyment.
And remember, all these points are for eternity. That is the eighth, seventh E. E for eternity. Everything is eternity. Experiments are for eternity. Experience are for eternity. Expression must be for eternity. Enlightenment is for eternity. You are always going on getting enlightened. Okay. And evolution is for eternity. There is no end for eternity. There is no end for enjoyment. The final E is eternity. We live in eternity. Okay. Enlightenment is forever. Experience is forever. Expression must be forever. Enlightenment is forever. Evolution is forever. Enjoyment is forever. And eternity is forever. Another name for forever is eternity. So, how many E's?
7 E's.
7 E's. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, this is the PSSM philosophy. PSSM philosophy believes in experiments. Okay. Without experiments, we don't talk to each other. Okay. Our life is full of experiments. Okay. With pyramid meditation, without pyramid meditation, what is the result?
Yes.
With music meditation, without music meditation. With meditation, without meditation life, what is the result? Okay.
Yes.
With expression, without expression, what is the result? We go by all these scientific methods. Okay. And we take a number of readings. Statistical samples should be there to come to a conclusion.
Yes,
Isn't it? A number of times you must do experiment to come to a statistically significant conclusion. Right? Yes?
Yes, sir.
So, a number of times I play, every time I record your expression, whether good or bad. Okay. Over a number of 100 readings, I can come to a reasonable scientific conclusion. Not with one experience or one experiment. Can you come to a scientific conclusion? We need a number of statistical samples, significant statistical samples. So I applied all these principles of statistics in my life. I did conduct many experiments and I have come out with many experiences, many expressions, collected expressions of everybody, and I have got a lot of enlightenment through every collection of my expression of others. And then I got a lot of evolution and got a lot of enjoyment. And I am happy. This is for eternity.
Yes.
Okay, let us take one more example. There are people who are eating meat. Yes?
Yes, sir.
How many?
Many, many, many.
Billions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we ask those meat eaters, why don't you conduct an experiment? For 1 week, stop eating meat and see what happens. What would be your experience? Conduct an experiment. Okay. Have a new game. Let us see what comes out of it. Okay. He said, okay, Baba, if you are saying so, I will do that experiment. So for 1 week, he stops eating meat. Then I go to him and ask him, what was your experience? It was horrible, I was missing my meat. Okay, I will never talk to you again. I will never fall into your trap. So he goes back to meat eating. It's okay. He has expressed it, that he didn't like that experiment. He wanted that meat badly. Okay. Another person, the same experiment. He says, it was very good. I felt very light. For the first time, I felt some life in my body, my mind. Thank you for giving me that experiment, that suggestion of not eating meat for 1 week. Okay. Now I have decided to leave meat forever. So I have collected many such examples. I listened to their expression of their experience. I gave them experiments. So I heard lakhs of people doing that experiment and finding that they were very happy when they left red meat. Okay. But they said, I want at least chicken. Red meat is okay, bad. I left it, but I want chicken. Then some people say, can I take fish? At least they left something. And finally people said, no meat at all, no chicken, no fish, not even egg. I am very happy. So I give this experiment to everybody. Why don't you try? If you don't like it, okay, go back to your red meat. Okay, and reap the hell. Who cares? Okay, but there is a choice here. Okay, you see what it is. Experiment with vegetarian food, with no meat food, with no chicken food, with no fish food, with no egg food, and see what it is. And large number of samples collected all over the world, we have come to the conclusion that vegetarian is the best for everybody. Okay, they may not like it or they may like it, but the truth is truth. Truth comes out of large scale experimentation. Truth comes out of large scale experimentation. So we have come out with the truth that everybody should become a vegetarian. Okay. Even in vegetarian food, there are many types of vegetarian foods. Don't go with garlic, we say. Okay. No, garlic is vegetarian. Okay, it's vegetarian, it is not good. Okay. In America, we find people putting sambar in fridge and next year they eat that sambar. It's very wrong. Okay. So that's wrong. Don't put something, the cooked foods in the deep fridge and eat next year. They don't have any time for cooking every day. Very stupid people are there in America. Okay, and don't put in my oven, what is that called as? Microwave. Okay, instant heating at high voltage. It kills all the energy in the food. No microwave. So eat with microwave, eat without microwave. You see the difference. Eat fresh food and eat after 1 year of deep fridge in the same sambar. Okay. I'll give you one example of Mahatma Gandhi. He was in Eravada jail, Pune. Okay. For 2.5 years he was in the jail. One day what happened? Mahatma Gandhi, after eating the chapati and aloo sabji, he got vomitings. Every day it was okay, but one day he got vomitings. He was very upset. Then he called, who cooked this potato curry and chapati? You call that fellow. They called that one fellow. Did you cook for me today? Yes, Swamiji, I cooked for you today. Do you daily cook for me? No, Swamiji. Only today I cooked. Why? The regular cook took a leave. So there was nobody to cook. So one of the inmates, one of the murderers was undergoing punishment in the jail. He was asked to cook. So he cooked. So his hand was full of negative energy. So that negative energy went into Mahatma Gandhi's body. He was such a positive man, he couldn't bear that negative energy. So there were vomitings. So who prepares that vegetarian food is important. Mahatma Gandhi was such a positive body, it cannot bear a roti, a vegetarian food, cooked by a non-vegetarian fellow. Understand? So he got vomitings. Who cooks is very important. No non-meditator should cook. Only meditators should cook. And even meditators, the most powerful meditator only should cook. If he has got the time. Okay, that's why I cook most of the time. Okay. Otherwise, if great masters are there, I will let them. If there are no people, I will cook. Because I have to cook. It's my duty to cook. Understand? So, Everything is based upon experiments. Knowledge comes out of experiments. Enlightenment comes out of experiments. Experiment, experience, express, then enlightenment, evolution. Okay. So, you eat the same chapati, same aloo sabji, vegetarian food, out of a person who is a murderer, you don't have enjoyment, you have vomitings. You eat out of a great meditator, you'll have a lot of enjoyment. Okay. So, out of a lot of experimentation, after a lot of experiences, after a lot of collection of everybody's expressions, which is collecting the data, okay, then you analyze the data, you come out with a conclusion, a truth, a light. Okay, that's what is enlightenment. About food, about speech, about meditation, about music, about pyramid. Every experimentation about everything. Okay. What happens when you teach meditation? It's an experiment. You teach others. For example, you do 10 hours of meditation. You get some energy. The same energy you will get if you teach meditation to 10 people for half an hour. Instead of doing meditation for 10 hours, if you teach meditation for half an hour to 10 people, you will get the same amount of energy. That's why those people who teach meditation, they don't have to do meditation. I don't do meditation. Because I get the same energy when I speak about enlightenment, when I speak about meditation, when I teach meditation, I get a lot of energy. So all these facts, I have another in my life. Out of experimentation, scientific method, I'm a scientist. Everything I experiment, collect lot of data of everybody's experiences. I ask everybody, what happened to you? You express yourself. So I collect those expressions. I analyze them and come out with some enlightenment. Okay. So that helps in the evolution of every person. They enjoy more their life. Otherwise they will calling it life as miserable. Dukkhalaya. This world is dukkhalaya. No. Depends upon you. Okay. You do a wrong thing, it becomes wrong. The world becomes wrong for you. You do a right thing, the world becomes right for you. You enjoy everything. PSSM is the whole basis of PSSM is experimentation of one person. What do you say?
Yes, sir.
We ask everybody to do experimentation. Don't believe because I said so. Do experimentation, collect your own results, be a scientist, be a statistician. After a number of experiments, automatically you will come to some conclusions. Then when you come to some conclusion, you automatically will leave those conclusions. You will be a better person, more evolved person. That Gandhiji's example is very classic, isn't it? Who prepares the food? That's very important. Not only what you should eat. Okay. After whose hands is the cooking done? Understand? Experimentation, experience, expression. Expression is the block. Nobody expresses. They are afraid to express. Okay. We demand expression. We insisted upon expression. You must open your mouth and tell us what is your feeling about everything. Okay. And out of those experiences comes enlightenment. Okay. There are degrees and degrees of enlightenment in each and every field. Okay. How you dress is an experiment. With some dresses you feel tight, some dresses you feel very light, very easygoing. Okay. Which colors are important? Dress. How do you serve your food is important. How you speak is important. How you listen is important. Everything is an experiment, and everything can be enlightening. Can give you more evolution. Okay. Where you should not speak, you should not speak. Where you have to speak, you have to speak. How much you have to speak, you must speak only that much. Okay. Everything is science, based upon the results of experiments. Suppose you are going on talking blah blah, I will never talk to you again because I had a very bad experience with you. Huh?
Blah blah.
Blah blah. Okay. What's your name, by the way?
My name is Alekhya, sir.
So I'll never speak to Alekhya again. Okay. Otherwise, I will say, oh, she is such a great person. I would love to talk to her. Can you talk again, ma'am? Tomorrow we can have one more interview.
Definitely.
On another topic.
Welcome back, friends, our pyramid masters, and dear gods. So yesterday we were in a very engrossing conversation with the insightful Grandmaster Brahmashri Pitamaha Patriji, who expanded on the 5E concept into 7E concepts. And sir, during before lunch you had mentioned you wanted to elaborate on...
What are those 7 E's you tell?
Yes, sir. Experiment, experience, expression, enlightenment, evolution, enjoyment, and eternity.
Okay.
Of these 7 E's, you said that all of us are already experimenting and experiencing. However, we may or may not be aware of it. Only once we start to express it is when we move to the next steps. So can you elaborate more on expressions?
The third stage is the bottleneck for every person. You know, whatever they feel, they don't express. They are afraid to express. Okay. I'll tell you a small story. This is from David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. A village is there, and one person named Barkis, he loves a girl. You know, every boy loves a girl. You know that? Yes? So he also loves a girl. Okay, but whenever that girl comes across her, he is not expressing it. That I want you. That girl also wants him, but she is waiting for an expression from him. 3 years are over. Every day they cross each other. This boy does not, this Barkis only says within himself, I love you. Balkis loves you. Inside himself. 3 years are over. She was waiting for that boy. She got disgusted. She got married to somebody else and went off. So what happened here? This is a very famous story from David Copperfield. They gave the famous statement goes, Balkis is willing. Balkis is willing. But he never opened his mouth. So what happened? He didn't express. He lost a beautiful girl. He was remaining unmarried the whole of his lifetime. For the simple reason, the girl also wanted him. He also wanted the girl. But he didn't open his mouth. You must express. Understand? That is a very great statement from David Copperfield, the Charles Dickens. Balkis is willing. Inside you are okay. I want you to teach me, but I won't ask you. Please teach me. Are you going to teach me? No. If I just open my mouth and say, please teach me, sir, madam, please teach me. So you will go to any length to teach me. Because I have asked for it. How do you ask? There is a great sloka in Bhagavad Gita. Tad viddhi pranipatena pariprasnena sevaya. How should you ask? You should ask sastang pranam karke. You must bow down. Then pariprasna, right question you must put. And you must do some service. That is the way of asking. Then everybody will give you whatever they have. If you ask in the wrong way, if you express yourself in the wrong way, nobody is going to react to you. How you express it is very important. In Bhagavad Gita it says you must express it yourself very rightly. When you are in front of a teacher, do sastang namaskar. Okay. And sit very with all the humility. Sit at the feet of the master. Then bow down. Then say, please give us. He is ready to give, but you are not ready to take. And he is not ready to give to you if you are not expressing yourself properly. So expression is so very important. You miss your master. Like the boy missed the girl, you will miss the master. If you are arrogant, if you are not expressing yourself properly. Okay, once what happened, I went to a village. As a meditation teacher, I go everywhere. There was a rich fellow there. Okay, he was sitting like this. Okay, I entered the door. He said, yes. I said, you were doing like this. Yes. What do you want? Who are you? I said, I am a teacher of meditation. So you teach meditation? You teach me. I said, if you are shaking your leg, I am not going to teach you. I am the master here, you are the student. This is not the way to ask a master. You stop that. I told him, you stop that shaking the leg. Then he said like this. That's enough for me. He was sitting like this and asking me, you teach meditation? I am not going to teach you. You sit like this. I will teach. I have come to teach. But what is your demeanor? What is your expression? So expression is that very important. Understand? I am hungry. I must say, give me some food. Otherwise, nobody is going to give you food. You are hungry for knowledge. Request. Tad viddhi pranipatena pariprasnena sevaya upadechanti te jnanam jnanina tattvadarshana. People, masters are ready to teach you, but the student must be ready. When the student is ready, master will appear. Although you are physically nearby, but if you are not ready mentally, he is not going to teach you. So you must express your readiness. People have wasted their lifetimes without the ability to express. They are not expressing. They are repressing. Like that fellow Balkis, he repressed his desire for that girl. Okay. So both of them lost. The boy also lost, the girl also lost. The girl also wanted him. Isn't it? The boy wants a girl and the girl wants a boy. The student wants a master and the master wants a student, isn't it? So the master is also losing the student. The student is also losing the master. What is the point? So expressing is very important. See, William Shakespeare wrote many books, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
What did he do when he wrote his books? He expressed himself. And when we are reading those books, we are getting his expressions. When we were writing, he was expressing himself. When we were reading, we were receiving those expressions. How fortunate we are to receive his expressions, isn't it? Otherwise, we would miss. The Shakespeare book is there. Okay, Macbeth is there. King Lear is there. All his books are there. Books are there, but we are not reading them. Are we listening to those expressions? We don't care for others' expressions, nor we express ourselves. That is the whole bottleneck in the whole humanity. Neither they read the books of Shakespeare, nor they write whatever they have got. Yogananda Paramacharya wrote his book, Autobiography Yogi. He expressed himself in black and white, isn't it? Then it was useful for so many, the whole world. Had he not written that book, his knowledge, his experience would have been only with him. It is not useful to the whole world. But he wrote the book, Autobiography. Have you read that book?
Yes, sir. I have.
Have you been benefited by that?
Tremendously.
Had he not written that book,
I would have missed out on an opportunity to explore something. And
you would have missed his experience.
Yes, sir.
He lived with many gurus, he did a lot of meditation, he got all the experience, but you would miss them.
Yes, sir.
What is the point? Swami Rama wrote Living with the Himalayan Masters. What a great book. So every book is a great expression of the great master. Okay, when you are reading those books, you are collecting all those expressions. You must be a great collector of expressions. I am a great collector of expressions. Understand that point?
Yes, sir.
Vedavyasa wrote everything. Why are you not reading Vedavyasa? Mahabharata he wrote. What a great book. Valmiki wrote Ramayana. Had they not written these books, India would be the poorest country. India is the richest country because of the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. And they were written by two masters. They expressed themselves. Whatever they had, they expressed those feelings in creating so many characters and expressing their knowledge through those characters, which are useful to our daily lives. If we don't read them, we miss out. We should be ready for everybody's expressions. Reading books is collecting your expressions of others. When you are listening to others' experiences, now this interview, you put a question on expression, I am speaking, I am expressing myself on expressions, those people are going to listen, they are going to be benefited by this. So they won't be like that Barkis in the David Copperfield book. If they see a girl, they like a girl, they say, okay, I want you. She may reject him, that's a different point. It's up to her. But why can't you say, I want you?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it? So they will be benefited by this story, isn't it?
Definitely.
No boy should miss no girl. What do you say?
Yes. No master.
Should miss no disciple.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And no disciple should miss a master. All depends upon the expressions.
Yes, sir.
So that is a bottleneck. Am I getting?
Yes, sir.
You?
Yes.
Properly?
Definitely.
Okay. You are a dancer.
Yes, sir.
And dancing is full of expressions. See how you say. Like this. See how you laugh. This is expression. Okay. Or if you say, we have an actor in a Telugu film. His name is Krishna. He doesn't express anything. Okay. He says, love also no expression. Hate also no expression. Whereas Nageshwara is there, Akine Nageshwara, he is full of expressions. So all acting, film acting is full of expressions, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you go to a film to see the expressions of all the actors. Amitabh Bachchan. You like Amitabh Bachchan?
Yeah.
Why?
Because he's a wonderful actor.
He expresses all his emotions. Okay. Why you go to a movie, you see the expressions of everybody. In a dance, you express yourself, isn't it? With the eyes, with your mudras, with your postures. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So everything is important or not important?
Yes, sir.
The whole field of dance depends upon the expression. If there is no expression, is there any dance?
It's a moving body.
Yeah. So, when you read books, William Shakespeare or any book, Leo Tolstoy, okay, great book, War and Peace, big book. Have you read that book? You should read. What a great book it is, like Mahabharata, War and Peace. Okay, they express themselves. They very carefully express themselves. What is the book? A very careful expression of their wisdom, isn't it? They distill it, edit it, and the finally distilled version, edited version comes into our hands. A beautiful expression. Okay, Hema Malini dances, beautiful expression, no? Amitabh Bachchan acts, beautiful expression. There are worst actors, there are beautiful actors are there. Yes, worst writers are there, beautiful writers are there. Right?
Yes, sir.
So, very good speakers are there. Vajpayee was a very beautiful speaker. When I heard first time Vajpayee in Hyderabad, he spoke in such a chaste Hindi. I don't know, even if I don't know Hindi, I know that fellow is speaking good Hindi. Even if we don't know how to sing proper, we don't know what to sing, but we know somebody is singing very properly. Isn't it?
Yes,
you might not have knowledge of music, but you know which music is better than other. Don't you know?
Yes, sir.
You may not be able to cook, but which food is better than the other, you know. Which expression is better than the other expression, you know.
Absolutely.
Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
So, when you are interacting with others, you are interacting with others' expressions. Am I interacting with your nose or eyes? Do I care for your nose or eyes or your cheeks? No, I am interacting with your expressions. And you are interacting with my expressions. How my mouth is there, how my nose is there, it doesn't matter to you. But how I express myself, that is important to you. So, one expression interacts with other expression. That is life. What do you say?
Yes, sir.
So, when you interact, two people together, two expressions are together. Two expressions are expressing themselves. Okay. Two expressions are interacting. You know where from I got this word expression? I read a book called Messages from the Soul. In that, every other line is expression, word. I got this expression from that book. And I am enchanted by this word, expression. That's why I included that in my 7E concept. Everybody is missing out on expression. Everybody is afraid of expressing. You have meditation, you have wonderful experience, you saw Lord Krishna talking to you, or you danced with Lord Krishna, you became a gopi and you danced with him. All this you have, but you are afraid to express. Somebody may think that you are mad. They may put you in an asylum. So you don't exchange your meditation experience. Okay. So when people don't express such experiences, they are not available to the public. And one fellow expresses, he says, nobody had this experience, you are having this experience, so you are mad. When everybody expresses, it is no more mad. It is general knowledge. Okay. Since PSSM came, we have distributed our meditation experience like anything. So we have changed the whole world by expressing ourselves. Until that time, you should not tell your meditation experience to anybody. You should keep it secret. Yes or no? But PSSM, no secret. Chalo, express. Whatever may the other fellow may think. You have seen Krishna in your meditation, you tell it. You are not telling a lie. Now with lots of pyramid masters telling their experience publicly, the whole public has come to know that there is a subject like this. Okay. Through Lobsang Rampa, when I read all the books, then I know Akash Records, then there is life after death. We know. Had he not written those books, I would have been not like sitting like this now.
Yes, sir.
So PSSM depends upon expression. You have to express yourself and you have to collect all the experience of everybody else. You got 2 ears and 1 mouth. 2 ears to collect experiences, 1 mouth to express yourself. Trijagati Sajjana Sangati Reka Bhavati Bhavanavatarane Nauka. Shankaracharya said. In all the 3 words, your interaction with enlightened people is the only way to come out of your ignorance and suffering. That is the statement of Adi Shankaracharya. So you must listen to Sajjana, righteous people, enlightened masters. What is that listening to the enlightened master? You are listening to their expressions. Isn't it? When you are reading the book Swadhyaya, what are you doing? You are listening to their expressions in black and white. When you are interacting with persons, you are listening to their expressions live. You are putting a question, you are getting an answer. You are listening to my expression. Isn't it? So, in dhyana, you are doing meditation, you are controlling your mind. But in Swadhyaya and Sajjana Sangati, you are collecting others' expressions. Wonderful expressions. They are distilled life experiences, they are telling to you. And they are writing and giving you in a book form. What more you want? The book is there, but you are not there reading the book. What is the point? You are not collected that experience. You are not talking to the person. My own family people are there in Hyderabad. They know that I am a master of meditation. They don't come to me. Whereas you have come to me. From where? From Delhi. Why my people have not come to me? Because they are afraid of listening to me. They don't want my expression. My own sister is there by my house. She doesn't talk to me because I will start talking about meditation. She doesn't want meditation. So who is the loser? Am I the loser or my sister is the loser? When she vacates the body, she will understand I have lost everything. Although my own brother, my own younger brother is the master, I didn't go to him. So she will regret afterwards. Okay. I am available, you should use me. But my people didn't use me. Krishna was used by Pandavas, but not by Kauravas. He was cousin to everybody. Did Kauravas use Krishna? Pandavas?
They did.
So, the Kauravas missed Krishna. Pandavas squeezed Krishna. Right? Krishna is available for everybody.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it? So, you must be a collector of expressions through Swadhyaya and Sajjana Sangatya. And you must express yourself. Open your mouth. Or write your experiences. We publish many magazines. Why do we publish? We write our experiences. So somebody may read it. If you don't write, who will read it? So, experiment, experience, expression, then only you will have enlightenment. If you expression, there are 2 departments: expressing yourself and collecting experience of others. The more you read books, the more you read and listen to people, the more enlightenment you will have. Yes or no?
Yes,
in fact, all my enlightenment came only from reading books. I read Lopes and Gampa, I became enlightened. I read Lopes Yoga and the Pharmacy, I read enlightened. I read Shivananda, I got enlightened. I read James Allen, I got enlightened. Had I not read all these books?
Yes, sir.
No. Whole of my enlightenment came from collecting the expressions of others. Understand?
Yes,
by listening to others' meditation experiences, by reading others' books, I became a wise person. I think so. I became a wise person. Okay. So, the more enlightened I am, the more evolution. The more evolution you have, the more enjoyment you have. And the final enjoyment, it is for eternity. Everything is for eternity. I will talk to you even after 1 lakh years.
Yes.
In some other dimension. Okay. Even then you should interview me again.
The privilege is all ours.
Understand?
Yes, sir.
And don't forget this word. You will remember this word after 1 lakh years.
expression.
in some other dimension. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Again, we'll have an interview like this. Right?
Yes, sir.
Next.
Sir, I would like to ask further. You said right expression. What constitutes right expression?
See, your heart and soul should be in the expression. You are a dancer. What is the right dancing? You tell me.
When I'm completely immersed in the movement itself, I no longer feel separate and I'm enjoying myself thoroughly. Where my posture is right, everything is perfect, and I'm completely doing what I'm supposed to do at that point in time. Whatever is the gesture I'm supposed to do at that point in time.
Same thing goes with every expression in your day-to-day life.
Okay.
Not just when you are on the stage.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All the world is a stage. We are all mere actors. We strut and fume, do our part and depart.
Yes, sir.
Every single moment you are on the stage. And you must act well. You must perform well. You must express well. The main point in expression is lack of fear. If you are fearful, you won't express yourself. If you are fearless, you will express yourself. Okay. Yesterday in India, Afghanistan match, they were afraid to hit.
Yes.
They didn't express themselves properly. We were able to lose our match.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yeah.
They were all good hitters. Dhoni was a good hitter, isn't it? But did he hit?
No.
And finally he wanted to hit, he got out. Okay? He wasted so many balls. Similarly, without expression, we wasted so many lifetimes. Dhoni wasted so many balls, although he is a very great hitter. Did he hit? What happened to him?
Out.
And the weakest team, Afghanistan, not against Australia. Why are they afraid of Afghanistan? I don't know.
Underdog feeling, sir.
Huh?
Underdog feeling.
It was a horrible time for me to watch these fellows, Indian fellows. Okay. They are not hitting. Dhoni not hitting. Tick, tick, tick. What is that? What happened? He didn't express himself. Isn't it?
Yes, sir.
You must express. We want Dhoni's expression.
Mm.
You know, that helicopter shot we want. There was no helicopter there. He wasted so many balls. Okay. Finally we won. That's a different matter. Okay. So we want expression. Okay. In every act, in day-to-day life, every moment is an opportunity for you to express yourself well. Okay. Every word that comes out of your mouth should be well chiseled, well directed, forceful, heartful, mindful, intellectful, truthful. You can't just speak like that. हाँ कुछ भी बोले चलता है गाड़ी, चलती नहीं गाड़ी, चलती नहीं गाड़ी. विदाउट एक्सप्रेशन गाड़ी नहीं चलती है. विथ ओनली प्रॉपर एक्सप्रेशन गाड़ी चलती है. Right? What more you want?
Sir, with right expression, is there a right time to express yourself?
Right expression depends upon right time, right space, right situation. Okay. Wrong time, wrong space, wrong situation, then all your expressions are wrong. Your expression depends on the time, space and situation. That is wisdom. Your expression based upon time, space and situation is your wisdom. You may have knowledge, but it is not wise to speak in front of certain people in a stupid way. For example, you are sitting there and sitting here. Supposing at the same time Narendra Modi comes, will you sit there or will you get up and give him the seat? Will I get up? I will get up and give my seat. Swamiji, sit down. If he is standing there, I am sitting there. Is this correct expression? The moment he comes, I get up. If he is not there, I sit. But if he comes, this seat is not mine. I will immediately get up and give him my seat. Swamiji, I bet here. That is the right expression. So the expression changes from the time, space and situation. That is wisdom. You may have the knowledge, but if you don't know the factors of time, space and situation, you are not a wise person. You must be wise. It calls for Himalayan amount of experience to become wise person. We are in the Himalayas. It's not so very easy to become a wise person. To know the implication of every time, every space and every situation. What?
Yes, sir. I was clean bold, and hence the blank expression. Sir, for youngsters who are using different ways to express themselves.
Everybody is an youngster. I don't go by the age of the body.
Yes, sir. Agree. At this
age of the body is discounted. We only count the age of the soul, and soul is forever. I don't have so far I have never seen a youth. Nor I have seen an old fellow. I see only dynamic souls.
Yes.
Eternally youthful. We call it a Bala Tripura Sundari.
Oh.
Atma is Tripura, means it is living in the three bodies: physical body, astral body, causal body. Sundari means very beautiful. Bala means always youthful. Bala Tripura Sundari. Every Atma is Bala. And you are bound in three bodies. And Sundari means very beautiful. So everywhere I see youth. I am also youth.
Yes, sir. Forever youthful. Sir, just one last question. Through collecting many expressions and expressing yourself, you reach a state of enlightenment through which you become...
You don't reach a stage of enlightenment. You are continuously getting enlightened. There is no end point for enlightenment. There is no end point for evolution. It's an ongoing process, eternal process, eternity. There is no full stop there. Everything is a karma. Yeah.
So then we will end this interview with a comma, and to be continued at a time, space and situation.
No full stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Welcome to the Dhyana Mahila Chakram, I hope I pronounced it correctly, 11-day event to which you're joining here. My name is Ilona Selke, best-selling international author, and I have been in and around the PSSM movement, and I'm very grateful to have been invited to present to you today aspects that are dear to my heart about consciousness and how we interact consciousness into the 3D life to create a harmonious spiritual life in a day-to-day existence. I want to teach you some very simple and easy steps to remember, to where you bring what you would have in your meditation state into your outer life. Before I get started, again, I want to thank PSSM to have me here on this 11-day event between the years, the end of one year, the beginning of a new year. It's a great time for us all to sit down and reflect. What did we learn in the last year, and where are we going and wish to go in the next year? Because everything, including our spiritual life, requires attention, focus, and a wish to expand, for us to expand. Before I get started, I'd like to just let you know a little bit about my background and how I got involved with Patriji and PSSM. And some of you may know me from having seen me at some of the events where I spoke in India. I got started and met Patriji when I did not even know I was meeting him. And this made it so convincing to me that he is the real deal. He's not one of those masters that lives on the glory of the pretense. He is a master that you could recognize with your eyes closed. And I want to share that story with you. I am sure you already are on the path of meditation, and you probably have met Patriji already. If not, you've heard about him. But I'd like to just share this particular story because it gave me reason for hope that there are people who really put forth their truth on this planet. We were invited to accompany a Japanese tour group where we had been teaching a seminar, my husband and I, Don Paris, in Japan. And they had asked us to come on a tour to discover different masters in India. And so we gladly accepted, and we joined a tour group that was going to meet Sai Baba, and there was Bali Sai Baba, there was Karleswar Swami. There were a number of different known and unknown figures we were supposed to meet and explore. Some of them were doing healings, and Philippine healers, and video cameras had been shown close up, showing people doing miracles. So one day, just after we had come to already see Sai Baba, and I was sitting with Sai Baba, I was sitting in the large hall. And although I always have had some ashes from his ashram that was gifted to me by a friend at my house, and a picture, just because I might be, it's nice to have company of master beings in my home. I thought, I sat in the audience and I closed my eyes and I thought, if Sai Baba comes in, I should know by the feeling I'm getting. I'm fairly sensitive, you could call me psychic. And I sat down and I waited, and suddenly I felt a wave coming from behind me and around me, but it was from the people. And I thought, oh, the people are responding. It was really like a wave. And I opened my eyes, and sure enough, Sai Baba had come on stage. Later on, some pictures were made, and even though he came only as close as 10 meters, I was made to look like I was really close up. All right, so that was one of the experiences. Then I went to another ashram, and we were told, this man can manifest things out of his hands. And I was hiding out in the back, in the very back of the hall. I didn't really feel particularly drawn, but this person comes into I have my eyes closed and waiting for him to come in. He's saying in my mind, I will pick you and I will create a black starfire ring for you. And I said, really? I don't really like it black. Could you make it blue? And so I'm sitting in the back, and there are lots of other people in front of me, Indians and Japanese, and all the people to the front who wanted to be very close. And lo and behold, he says, you there, come on closer. And I'm like, no, you. And I come closer, and he proceeds to manifest a black starfire. ring for me. And on and on. And so I'm like going, if I got this ahead of my time in my mind, he already knew what he was going to do and probably had it somewhere in his stash of rings to manifest, right? So then somebody said, you know what, you have to see this pyramid. It's in near Hyderabad, in a small place, and you just need to go and meditate in this pyramid. So we go with a small group, maybe 20 of us went there, and we are invited, but we were told the master isn't there today, So we go in, we go like, okay, we meditate, and we enter this pyramid, and it's dark and hot, and we close our eyes, and now it's pitch black. There are some very small light holes for air to come in at the very top. So we're meditating, and somebody starts playing flute. I think that's very nice. I'm listening, I'm meditating, I'm feeling really drawn up. It was almost like this being, this flute player was saying, come through the top of the pyramid, come up, come through the apex, go. And it was like coming through the eye of a needle, through the apex, coming out and above, and boing, there I was, out. And then I'm looking down, and he says, now go pull other people up, right? So I had quite the imagination, I had quite a journey. So my husband is there, and we're helping, and okay, so we're all rising. And then I'm in this bliss state, and I'm meditating. And so this is imagination or meditation, imagination is going on. And suddenly I'm like wide open to spirit, to God, the divine universe. And bong, I get this flash of energy coming from, and I open my eyes, was in front of me like this glowing light. And I thought, oh my God, that's the flute player. He's enlightened. I knew he was enlightened. It said he's enlightened and had a yellow golden aura. So I thought, great flute player. So we meditate and we keep going, and then it all comes down and we come back and we're asked to breathe, and we're going, eventually we're going out, and we're led to sit outside on some sand surrounded by a wall and some green shady trees around us. And so we sit down, and one of our Japanese people says to this master, who now does show up, and I find out this master with a white beard is called Padriji, and he was the flute player. And I'm like going, the flute player. Good thing nobody told me, because now I had a genuine experience with someone who I thought was just accompanying our meditation with nice flute sounds. So I thought, if this indeed is the master, and that's the experience I had, they really have the real deal here. And he proceeds to be asked, what about masters manifesting? And Padriji says, you don't manifest unless you have to. Unless you need something, not for show, not for a circus event, and certainly not to convince others of a power that you have for entertainment purposes, or even to show off the power that one has. I thought, no, I like that. Now, he says, you need to assume you are the master, and you need to assume you have, basically in so many words, this is 1996, about 1998, somewhere in there. He says, you need to assume your mastership. And so he addressed everybody as a master. But he explained that if you imagine that you're still the student, it's like a donkey. I mean, I'm putting my own words to the story right now. It's like a donkey holding the carrot in front of its nose, that goes, I'll get there someday, This feeling of someday, I also learned from the dolphins. When I was swimming with dolphins, and I wrote a book about it called The Wisdom of the Dolphins. And that book now has also been translated into Hindi and is being translated into Telugu soon. So the book in Hindi is, and I will create it so you can see a flash of the cover, hopefully in this video right about now, is translated now and exists in Hindi. You can read it in English. It's on Amazon in India, available, all those books, in bookstores as well. I describe how I was wanting so much to be close to dolphins. And this wisdom will apply to your life, to your spiritual evolution. Like Patrickji says, imagine you are the master. Be the Buddha you wish to be. So I'm going to tell you the story about how I learned this with dolphins and then take it back to the Buddhahood. When I was swimming with dolphins, I was like going, please, 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 be close, be close. But let me ask you, when you ask yourself, let this be a nice relationship, let me find my best husband or wife, let me have this great job, let me be spiritually enlightened, let me be healthy, let this or this be. If you imagine it this far away or this far away, then this is what we send to the universe, a prayer that says, this is how far away I expect that fulfillment to be. Like the carrot in front of the donkey, right? So, if I'm in a conflict with a person and I go, I wish we could be peaceful, what am I actually saying? I'm saying we're not peaceful and this is how it is. I am not imagining being already at the point where the donkey eats the carrot, where I am swimming close with dolphins, or where I live in that harmonious relationship, right? In order to do so, I have to do three things, and those are the three things I'd like you to just easily remember. It's three words that you can remember. It's stop, look, choose. Remember the donkey. Stops. What does it really want? Eat the carrot. Look at the situation. Oh, it's this far away. Do I want something different? Yes. The donkey wants to have the carrot and eat it and feel the yummy, juicy carrot on its tongue. It has to, and you and we all have to imagine being the Buddha, eating that carrot, me swimming with the dolphins close by around me. My husband always had the dolphins come closer, but I had the dolphins come like maybe 1.5 meters maximally close to me. And I thought, what is it? And I realized as much as I wanted dolphins close to me, now pay attention, as much as I wanted to, I also was afraid that if they came closer, they'd be too close for comfort. See, in relationships, in work relationships, in romantic relationships, even with our children, we have a feeling of what would happen, even with spiritual enlightenment, what would happen if you already were at your destination, if you already had arrived at what was really your dream fulfilled. Be the Buddha. The donkey eats the carrot. I imagined the dolphin swimming closer to me, and I dealt with that fear first. See, in imagining the dolphins coming this close, like looking at me this closely, I had to deal with the fact that this is a wild animal. Am I safe? So I had to deal with the fear inside of me, and this is the moment where you stop. I went like, oh, I want the dolphins close. Look, they're only this close. Look at what am I feeling about this situation, and you become aware within your system, because your body does not lie, that you feel something that says, oh, I am maybe projecting I am right, or I'm better, or I'm not worthy, or I'm afraid, or I'm angry. Whatever it is that is going on inside of you is the very reason why the situation is still the way it is. So I dealt with my fear of the dolphins, and I described that technique in my book, Wisdom of the Dolphins, that is available in Hindi. And I describe a technique that was developed by Dr. Vernon Wolf. And it's called holodynamics. Holographic dynamic energy. And we can assume that where we put our attention will bring that, whatever it is, higher states, healing, enlightenment, closer into our field. Now, if we have fear in the way, we need to find out what it really wants. And by looking at it, we have a technique in the course, Living from Vision, which I describe in the book as well. We go through that technique as well. If you really want deeper training, I recommend you do that course. It's called Living from Vision. I have an online course. You can go to my online pages and find it, myname.com or ilonaselke.com, ilonaselke.online, and you'll find it, or write me. But when you realize that everything, even your feelings, are part of the holographic picture show, then even anger is something to celebrate, even fear, even non-belief, even the feeling of being only this big. And you take it and you say, oh, there you are. What do you really want? And I asked my fears in regards to not being so close to the dolphins, and I said, what do you really want? And my fear said, I want to be safe. I want to be sure that I am healthy and the dolphin isn't going to do anything to me, and I want to be safe and the dolphin respect my physical integrity. Oh, so what is it if you put that in a positive phrase, like, I am enlightened, or I am healthy, or this part of me is strong, or I am respected by the dolphin and we are in harmony together close by too. Okay, so we're in harmony close by. How would that feel like if you already had that? And this is where you come into the stop, look, choose part. What do you really want? And you choose first by imagining and feeling your choice as if it already happened. As if it already happened. It allows you to cut through time-space, because we live in what the Indians call Maya, the illusionary world. It forms according to our deepest expectations, not only in this lifetime, not only from childhood, but also from past lives, and also the future. Everything collaborates, and when you say those three magical words, stop, take yourself back, give your soul a chance to look at the holographic picture show, Take a look and go, where am I? What is going on? What is inside of me and what is reacting? And what do I really want? And then choose. I choose to be healthy and happy with the dolphins close by underwater. Okay, I feel great. I feel, yes, I can believe in that possibility. I can feel it. And the moment you can feel that energy in your bones, I tell you, down to your bones, down into the very center, people feel it in their spine. When you can enter that state, the moment you do, that reality will start moving into your world. So, I did that with the dolphins. I imagined they're close to me. And as soon as I had another chance to swim with the dolphins in the wild, I never ever swam with dolphins in captivity except one time, and that was the last and only time. I was invited to a conference and they wanted to promote this. They had a lagoon, but with a fence. The dolphins were so depressed. And luckily in India, the dolphins have received the same honorary status as a sentient being, as a human being. And I urge you, wherever you go, please only engage with wild, free dolphins. That is one thing that you would want your mother to be honored with, or your child as well, right? If we took one of them to an alien planet and they were put in a cage so the aliens could go and pet it, you wouldn't want that, right? So that's why we honor the dolphins, and I'm so great. India is the forerunner in this. This happened a few years ago. And wherever I can, I promote the dolphinariums be closed and humans interact in their mind and spirit with dolphins first. You can create incredible healings with imagining the sonar of the dolphin coming to you. All we have to do is, it's a tool, it's an imaginary tool for the divine energy to do the healing within us. But it makes us believe that some, symbol, like the dolphin or a being, can come to us and administer something that makes a change on the energy pattern within us. and then we can come into the complete state. Sure enough, next time when I swam with dolphins, they were coming up to me, close, just like with Don. My fear had been transformed into the projection, expectation of being able to have dolphins come close and me stay safe. The dolphins were always going to be safe, but it was my fear that kept them at a distance. Now, let's go back to be the Buddha, be in the enlightened state or in the loving state, be the vessel of light that you wish to be. Be in the capacity and the highest ability that you're capable of shining light, of being in connection with that source. And the reason why it's nice to have a master as an anchor point is because he or she emanate the capacity of communicating from that vibratory state into this dimension where we operate as humans, to where this human mind can get a signal and go, this is how you do it. It's a little bit like, okay, he did it, she did it, I can do it. You copy and you go, okay, it's permissible. And that's what I love about Patraji. He encourages all beings to be the master. Not to kiss his feet, to adore him. Yes, we can, but adore the state that he shows you, the Brahmic consciousness, the Buddhic mind expansion in touching into the divine, into oneness, into however you want to express it. I call it the singularity. Being one with the singularity and moving ever more all of your being, all of yourself into that state, so you resonate as this living expression of light. Now I'd like to ask you, since we are in these 11 days between the year, the last year being left behind, the new year being in front of us, what is it that you learned? What went well? And I'd like you, after this video, if you can, or sometime this coming next few days, take half an hour and write down this exercise. What worked well? What didn't work well? And what did you learn from what didn't work well? Maybe you became aware of what you rather wanted. Yeah? Like, for example, we had the lockdown and I realized how important the mountains are for me. I need to be in the mountains. I need to be in snow. As much as I am right here in Bali, on an island where we have our Shambhala retreat center, right on the ocean, the dolphins come by. I love that. And I need granite, or I need mountains. I need the high terrain. Maybe the whatever yogi in me is still needing the snow line. So in my dreaming mind, that's where I will be as well. I could be there right now, I know, because technically we could leave and fly and I could go through all the rings. Right now, I'm very happy to be here for the transition into the new year with you, and I would just like you to take that half hour to think of what worked well, what did not work well, what did you learn and what did you really want. And when you decipher what you really wanted, I'd like you to also take that into the new year and go, what are 3 things that are really important to your soul? You can make it 1 thing. What are things that are really important for your soul that you want to focus on in this coming year? Maybe you discovered you need more love and connection and you want to express your gratitude or your love more often to other people. Because the most precious thing that we can share on this planet is love. With animals, with humans, with plants, with God. In all that we are the fundamental essence of light and love in expression. So think about that which is important to you. You can pick a project, you can pick a state of being, you can pick something that has to do with other people. You can make those thoughts, let them grow within you as you're coming to the new year. And think about where you'd like to be. Maybe more of the Buddha being, And what could you do? What small steps can you do to walk closer to that? That may be, as it already probably is, daily meditation. It could be finding someone, like I do. I have someone with whom I meditate, whether it comes rain or shine, every day for 15 minutes together. And we together are the master beings, and we rise into singularity in our minds. This is outside of Dawn. Dawn and I meditate our morning meditations, but this is an evening meditation that I do with a person. So whatever, it helps me to be accountable, to have someone I practice with. So think of something that can help your inner state to evolve, and maybe it's just practicing speaking your love or dealing with your anxieties or feelings or anger. Maybe something you do once a week. But think of some steps you can take to make this happen. And I invite you to take a look at my book, Wisdom of the Dolphins, both in English or in Hindi, because some very useful steps are in the book of how you can shift into a greater expression of your true spirits. And I'm very grateful to Patrickji, who has an incredible ability to sense, to see, to commune. We traveled with him to the pyramids. We sat in the pyramids for 2 hours. It was incredible. It was a gift. The organization was able to get 2 hours time in the pyramids with our group from India, PSSM students who went there. Shriyant and his family went there too. We were very blessed. And I think in a community of spiritual teachers like Patrickji, like Shriyant, like Newton, Dr. Newton, we are all working together to help us to remember of who we all truly are. And you are part of that group. We vibrate on this planet, and all these other beings in the PSM movement or in other movements are all aiming at opening up to higher capacities to allow more light and more love through the heart and through their beingness into this dimension. So we realize that this Maya world is as beautiful as we want it to be. What you need to do is take time, stop. When things aren't going well, look, see what's going on, become aware of what you are feeling that is not particularly great. Ask yourself, what do I really wish to feel and become or be? And aim at noticing what that would feel like. Let that fill your heart, your soul, your body feelings, down into your DNA structure. And when you do, you make that choice. That's stop, look, choose. And you then embody for a moment your fulfillment. Instead of having the Buddha or Master experience be far away, it's a feeling of luminosity. It's not a status. It's not like, I am Buddha. It's more like, I am that I am. I am one with the consciousness that is pervasive through the entire universe, expressing itself through you and me. And I honor the Buddha within you and the heart and the love that you are. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being on the movement of spiritual evolution with PSSM on this very special, auspicious time period. Thank you for all those who make this possible, who sit in the background and coordinate all the technicalities. And I'm sending you my namaste from Bali to you.
center of our universe interacts with itself by following determined patterns and rules. These patterns and rules stem from sacred geometries. These symbols are the language of the universe, which are brought into our lives to awaken our soul, to assist in our lessons, and to help us heal. Hello, dearest all. My name is Ladan Universal, and I am so excited that you are here. In this presentation, Who I Am, I aim to bring to you, my dearest brothers and sisters, my findings as deep concepts of who we are and our divine connection as the sovereign beings through decodings of the complex area of symbols as sacred geometries. I ask, dear ones, one thing in return, that you open up all of your channels and receive this divine message with your heart. Geometry is the fundamental of maths, based on lines, dots, circles, points, and shapes. It becomes sacred when we extract knowledge and wisdom from their pockets of information. Sacred geometry forms the basis for every design in the universe, even down to a molecule scale. They represent otherworldly mystical elements of life, the frequency of life, like a continuous dance that presents in its essence in a marriage through sound, color, and numbers. This relationship translates into music and harmony. This is how we experience it. The sacred geometry connects us, the human race, by communicating shapes and depths through the graphical display, which demonstrates the beauty we share within our cultures, traditions, religions, and values that each of us interpret and live in our own way. But what are the spiritual meanings behind these geometric patterns and symbols? This is what I would like to bring to you as a selection of geometrical patterns to help link our body and our spirit with the sacred language of the universe. Sacred geometric patterns exist all around us. They are the perfect shapes and patterns that form the fundamental templates for life in the universe. From the Fibonacci sequence to the golden ratio, create the language of numbers that rule our entire visible and invisible world. Sacred shapes represent the intangible, mystical elements of life. Circular motion is one of the most natural patterns in life. As we explore one of the most simplest, yet one of the most profound symbols, we discover circle. The circle is omnipresent, universal symbol with extensive meaning. Circle represents a cycle, life cycle from birth to death, cycle of growth and development as bodily changes, and cycle of ascension through spiritual awakening. The life experiences that helps one to remember that I am, the one, the all. Circle represents the power of the female, a symbol for a goddess. Without beginning or end, without sides or corners, this geometric shape tells us about perfection, unity, spirituality, and life like no other forms. Pythagoras called the circle monad, the most perfect of creative forms. Without beginning or end, without sides or corners, he associated the circle with the number one and the practice of monotheism. The element of spirit, seen as a superior to the physical elements of fire, air, water, and earth, is commonly represented by a circle. Circle means totality. The circle is a symbol of divine energy. It has a feminine touch that embodies compassion, manifestation, and infinity. There is an openness to it, something that brings peace and comfort when we look at it. This is why we use the ring in marriage as unity. It symbolizes the infinite unity. The symbol is so sacred and perfect that our planet's chakras and our breath cycle is based upon it. The circle is natural grounding, making it earthly and otherworldly all at once. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God. The word here is representing pure vibration, vibration in ratio or harmonic sounds. I want us to picture a vast, unbounded ocean of undifferentiated consciousness, an ocean of pure light. And the power of the one's own yearning to be gave birth to life as we know as existence. Then a pulse, love itself, moves within this infinite field of nothingness, yet allness. The rhythm of allness, oneness, expands in a circular motion. Rays of love spreading outward from this center, taking countless different forms as individual waves rise into existence, each refracting the light of consciousness. This is when the first circle is birthed. We all know and have heard of the flower of life. In many cultures around the world, the flower of life is known as a symbol of energy. The flower is considered to function as a portal to the Akashic records, a universal energy field in which all existing knowledge and events are stored. This sacred symbol represents the divine mathematical order in all life. The flower of life symbolizes divinity, visual expression of life, consciousness, and creation. Every sacred geometry is found within the flower of life. I would like to bring your attention to the sacred geometry that makes up the flower of life, and how life is based upon this, and how our divineness as divine feminine and divine masculine is formed from this sacred geometry. What is prominent here is the interlinking circles. The flower of life consists of overlapping circles that are spaced evenly apart from one another. The pattern formed by the circles create images of perfectly symmetrical flowers. The one becomes the many, all of which also hold within them the essence of the one. Each day of creation can be seen as a circle of sphere. This is the original source, the incomprehensible circle. First, spirit expands its consciousness all around itself from the unknowable point, the incomprehensible center, moving equally in all directions, creating a sphere, the first central circle. In a simple way, the circle shows us the complete story of creation. In the beginning, there was nothing, and then there became consciousness. This is also compared to the first day of human embryo development. Teaching in life begins from the moment of conception, the very moment when the egg is produced. It begins to receive divine teachings. Our spiritual journey begins during this gestation as number 0. Number 0 here is representing the sacred circle, and it delivers a message of developing one's spiritual aspects that represents the beginning of a spiritual journey. It carries God's force, universal energies, which informs us of the infiniteness and the wholeness that we are. The very first day of our creation, the human creation, as an embryo, is identical with the first circle of the absolute creation. This creation and formation of this first cosmic circle is the exact replicate of the first day of the human egg gestation. This is the day 1 of human embryo development. The center point, the consciousness expanding itself and manifesting itself as a circle. This sacred circle, as the source energy, represents the notions of totality, wholeness, original perfection, the self, the infinite, eternity, timelessness, all cyclic movement. As God is a circle whose center is everywhere and whose circumference is nowhere, by Hermes Trismegistus. Then the reflection and expansion of consciousness continues as the second circle is birthed from the original point. When we acknowledge this circle on its own as source energy, as God or Goddess, the Vesica Pisces represents creation, the womb of the universe. Think of a circle as source energy, adding a second circle. This becomes the spark of creation when the universe is born. The idea is enforced with its similarities to the shape of the female womb, the starting place of birth on a human level. This is the reason why the Vesica Pisces symbol is considered very sacred. On a spiritual level, it represents creation, birth, and joining of spiritual and physical realms. It is enforced again by the fact that it is the starting place of most sacred geometry and, of course, life. Once again, the formation of Vesica Pisces demonstrates the exact replication of day 2 of the human egg gestation. As the two circles become overlap, the duality within unity takes place. This is the connection between the spiritual world and the physical world. It is at this point that the egg is downloaded with universal knowledge, the knowledge of the spiritual realm and the knowledge of the physical realm. This center point between the two circles is what will become our heart center, where God resides. From this moment, we embody the facet of Godness, our God self. It is from this center point that we can tap into the universal knowledge, the Akashic records of what has been, what is, and what will be. After all, we are the embodiment of the source, the Great Spirit, the primordial source. The circle represents the power of female, a symbol for our goddess. Religions that focus on the earth at their center, and many pagan religions see the circle as a symbol of a female. The circle symbolizes Mother Earth. It represents the spirit of feminine energy and the space that is sacred. So the physique of Pisces, as the two overlapping circles, is symbolic of the female yoni and the goddess energy, the place of birth, as sacred geometry, as a formation of creation has just demonstrated. Every single human being is first of all created within the divine feminine energy, as circle is the representative of. This action happens 6 times to create the germ of life, as the central sphere rotates around, forming the 6 outer spheres. This is what is called the 6 days of creation. The great adepts describe this process as souls, not physical humans, descending down from higher realms and higher states of consciousness during an inflation into matter. In sacred geometry, straight lines are masculine energy and curved lines, such as circles, are feminine energy. This is also reflected in the construction of our bodies, as you can see from the diagram. If we refer to our previous discussion, we can see that creation so far is emanating the divine feminine energy. As the Vesica Pisces takes form, the unification of the 2 circles creates the condition for lines to become manifested. Lines representing the divine masculine, of course. Each of these sacred geometry, as circle, triangle, and diamond, carry pockets of information that relate to universal law. The presence of both the divine feminine and divine masculine creates the divine child. This is also seen as the Holy Trinity. I'm going to refer to Pythagoras once again, who associated the number 3 with triangles, which has much deep meaning in many groups. Triangles and other 3-part symbols represent deep concept as past, present, and future, mother, father, child, spirit, mind, and the body. As we have explored so far, in the womb, at the beginning of our lives, we were nothing but geometrical forms. All life forms, trees, plants, and animals began as a sphere. The ovum in the human body is also a sphere. For conception to take place, the ovum must be saturated with hundreds of sperm, and a few must come together. Then cells begin to divide, forming of the Vesica Pisces. At the exact moment, the reality of all the light of the universe is transmitted into the sacred geometrical form, with further multiplication of another geometrical form when it begins to manifest as tetrahedron. This is called the egg of life. Within this tetrahedron, 8 core cells are created, and these core cells remain within us at the base chakra, unchanged from birth to death. These 8 cells resonate with sound, music, water, sacred geometry, and the elements. These are called our 8 blueprint cells. Our human body contains 8 sacred geometric shapes formed at birth and remaining through our lifetimes. These are the exact sacred geometries that all life is based upon, the mathematics that created the universe, our world, and multi-universes. This is how we know that we are multidimensional beings. These sacred geometries are circle or sphere, Vesica Pisces, tetrahedron, cube shaped like a square, half moon, octahedron, dodecahedron, and flower of life. In addition to these, the spiral is interwoven throughout these sacred geometrical shapes. These forms interact with each other regularly, and our emotional, mental, physical, and spiritual bodies experience different aspects of our life through the interactions of these sacred geometrical shapes. We are multidimensional beings. The sacred shapes also represent the intangible, mystical elements of life. Why else are we so drawn to them? So, here's a question to you. Does sacred geometry correlate to something deeper within our universal consciousness? Does it reflect or speak to the language of soul? Or are our brains simply hardwired to recognize these patterns in nature? Whatever the reason behind the prevalence of these patterns, one thing is clear: symbols have power. These symbols make up our entire being. Is it time to remember who we are? Who I am. Thank you, dear ones, for joining me in this presentation. Namaste, dear ones.
Our PhD system has started a new program called as SWAG. It means Save Water and Go Green. S for save, W for water, G for go, and another G for green. Save water and go green, my dear friends. We should not waste water. We should always be very, very careful in conserving our water resources. Let us not waste a drop of water. Every drop of water should be utilized properly. Every drop of water should be used in the best possible way. If you are wasting water, then you are contributing to the poverty of the nation. If you are conserving water, every drop of water, you are conserving the nature and you are making the nature prosper. We have to conserve water. Whenever you are seeing an open tap, please close it. Let not the water go waste. This is called as save water. And then go green, plant trees. Everybody should plant trees. That is the most important activity for a man, for a human being, to plant trees. We want a very green planet, not a dry planet. And for plants, water is required. If there is no water, there is no greenery, there are no plants. These are the two important activities for a human being. You have to save water and you must see that everything is green. You must plant trees. While we are enjoying the trees planted by others, we should also plant trees. Everybody is forgetting this point and they are not planting trees at all. Why can't you plant trees? Why are you not aware of that fact, that you must plant trees every day? And always, every minute you must be aware of wasting water, and you must never waste water. Water is a very, very precious commodity. It is a divine commodity. And if you plant a tree, plant a seed, sow a seed, you are making it green. So, this is the movement called as swag. It means save water and go green. I like everybody to say save water, and go green. Please repeat. Save water and go green. Again. Save water and go green. Swag. What is swag? Save water and go green. Again. Save water and go green. Again. Save water and go green. Like this. Save water and go green. How many points? 2 points. What are the 2 points? Save water and go green. How many points? 2 points. What are those points? Save water and go green. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Madani sagamasa everyday meditation. Samagamaga sadani madani sakamagana. Magani Suzada Zani da magaza Maga magada Maga madani da magaza Saya madani da Dir dir dum 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 dir 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 dum dir 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 dum
Hello friends, Namaste. I'm Dr. Preeti Kohli, a consulting homeopathic physician, transformational coach, and co-founder of the AHA movement. And I'm joining you today from Mumbai. Today, friends, I'm going to talk about the science of manifestation. And before I really get into that, I want to share with you a study, a research that was done in the last century. So back in the United States of America, it happened that when they were researching on the importance of exercise, they saw that a couple of housemates who were working in a hotel, the amount of work that they were doing was really a lot. And with that kind of work, with that kind of exercise, they should have been losing weight. They should have been much more healthier. Their heart should be beating so fast, and they should be happier people if they are exercising so much. So what they did was they did an experiment. Now these housemates, they divided into two groups. One group was actually told the benefits. They said the amount of work that you are doing through the day, actually doing so much exercise, you should be losing weight. Your heart is beating so much well, it should be very healthy. You should actually be feeling happier. Your waist should be going down in size. All these health benefits are there with this amount of exercise. The other half of the housemates, they did not inform them anything. After a month of this exercise that they did, what they noticed was that these housemates to whom they had informed about this, their weights had gone down, their waists were much slimmer. They were happier doing the same work that they were doing. This experiment showed them that if we understand why we need to do something, what we need to do and how to do it, we do it so much well. The same amount of exercise, exactly the same kind of work had made a difference in their life. I want you to know this because we all talk about manifestation. We all know that we are creating our reality. But if we understand really how we are doing it, what is it that we need to do, and why we need to do it, then you will do it much better. So today, as I am going to talk about the science of it, before I actually go into the scientific aspect, I want to share with you a story. This story will be very easy for you to remember those points of manifestation. It will remind you those points. This story is of a story where there was in a village 3 years there was no rain. On the third year, the villagers decided to pray for rain. There was this little boy in a house, 4 years old. And this boy, as they were going out to pray for rain by the riverside, he started looking for his umbrella. The father said, "There's no need for the umbrella, my dear son. Let's go. We're getting late." He said, "No, I have to take the umbrella." And as they started then walking to the riverside, this beautiful child carrying this umbrella, there were other men who looked at him, who smiled. They were thinking, there's no rain for 3 years and this child is bringing this umbrella. I would like to extend this story. Even though it didn't rain that day, the child did not lose hope. He kept his umbrella clean and handy so that the moment the rain comes, they can all use it. Friends, this story really gives all the secrets of manifestation. Actually, as a child, we all know it. But somewhere going through the journeys of life, we forget our original self, our true self. There is so much dust that we gather, so many thoughts and beliefs that we gather. And we actually forget the power of our own selves, the power of our manifestation. So, this story, I'm going to remind you all the pointers that are there in the story as I talk about the whole scientific element of it. Friends, we all know we create our reality. If you are not creating it consciously, you're creating it by default. Which means that if you're not taking the decisions, if you're not paying attention to what is it that you want in life, it's being created the same way, the old ways that are there. And then we may feel like a victim. So in the last century also, science, as they were doing so many experiments, what they realized was that there are actually infinite possibilities. So we are living in an energy universe. You and me are energy beings. So the body is the more gross form, the emotions, the thoughts are more subtle, the spirit is more subtle. But all that is there even within us is energy, and all that is there around us is energy. The energy forms that we are is interacting with the energy outside, and this reality is being created. So how is it that this reality is being created? The scientists came to the exclusion by the way of experiments. I'm not going to share details about the experiment here, but if you would like, you can go back and look at the double slit experiment. So as they were actually researching, they realized that the same particle behaves in a different way. There are infinite possibilities that are actually there. It could behave in so many different ways. But the way that I'm actually looking at the particle, that is what is responsible in creating, in its behaving a particular way. So my reality is going to be created by the way that I'm actually looking at it. So the energy in me interacting with the energy outside. What is this energy in me? This is my state of being. The state of being, my dear friends, which is nothing but our thoughts and our emotions. When we have a certain thought, what they recognize is that thought actually moves the energy that's there around us. So our thought starts to move the energy so that it can start taking form. And our emotions, our heart has the strongest electromagnetic field in our entire body. So the thought will move the energy, and it's the heart, my feeling, that is responsible for actually drawing that experience into my experience. It is responsible for drawing that experience into my reality. So friends, what is going to be important for us to really create the reality consciously is that we be clear as to what we want. We become more and more clear that what is it that you want to create. Otherwise, like I said, we are all creating by default. And as you do that, now why is it important to think, right? Now, right now there is already a reality. We are already living a particular life. Now, if I'm not paying attention to what is it that I want to create, if I'm not getting clear as to what is it that I want, that possibility does not exist for me. I would like to take an example of a person who's coming from a little poor background. Now, in their family, probably working in a city, for example, Mumbai, they've never been able to own a house. And this young person now wants to own a house. He dreams about that. I'm going to work hard. I want to own a beautiful house. Now, if he does not even think of that, very likely the way that he's already functioning, he will keep working in the same way. He will be knowing the ways that have been learned by the family, and he will just manifest the similar reality. So, firstly, when we recognize what we want, there is a clear intention that makes the possibility in the infinite field, in the field for me to actually have it. Till I don't see the possibility will not exist for me. It may be happening to other people, but for me that possibility is not existing till I actually don't see it. And this is something that the science also actually brought forth. They said that it's our thoughts which actually creates that possibility. If I'm not going to see that possibility, it does not exist for me. So that is the power of our thoughts. So in the story, now I'm connecting back with the story. In the story, this child, the village was clear. They're praying for rain. The intention has to be clear. What is it that you really want? Now, the second aspect, as I said, is that of the heart, the feeling. How do we actually feel about it? Now, supposing this young man again, who now wants to own a house, and he says, I would love to own a house. What he feels is very, very important, because like I said, that the heart has the strongest electromagnetic field. Now, if he feels that, oh no, but I really don't deserve it because my ancestors never had it. Am I even capable? Can it even happen to me? Or maybe it's better not to own a house. It's so difficult to maintain your house. Now, if these kind of feelings are coming to him, or maybe subtle thoughts, these are also subtle beliefs that we all carry. For example, I don't deserve it is not something that we all want to say, but it may be subconsciously there. So these kind of feelings we need to actually become aware of, because if I say on one hand that I want a house, but on the other hand actually I deeply believe that I don't deserve it, then I will not be able to attract it in my life. So it's very important, my dear friends, to really pay attention to how you are feeling. That's the most important thing. We attract things in our life when we have a clear intention and an elevated emotion. Going back to the story, this child, as he wanted, they were going to pray for rain. He already had an elevated emotion. He believed that because of your praying for rain, the rain is going to be here. And he did not really give up hope on that. So his belief was completely there that because we are asking, it's going to be given. And that's really the law of the universe. Ask and it is given. Now, what to do in case we do not actually believe in it? You may become aware that actually I do not feel that I deserve it, or I do not have the confidence to really work that much and get it, or maybe some other subconscious belief that my parents never got it, why should I be having it? As you become aware of these feelings, my dear friends, I want you to remember that feelings or emotions are nothing again but energy. Now we cannot actually deny these feelings. We cannot say no, it's not there, I do not have this, okay, let me just keep doing positive thinking. This is a place where a lot of us actually make a mistake. We say I have to do positive thinking. Yes, definitely it helps to have a positive thought, but the feeling, the emotion is also energy. Emotions are nothing but energy in motion. Now, energy, as we know, can neither be created nor can it be destroyed. The energy actually needs to be transformed. So we need to become aware of it. We need to pay attention to our feelings. How is it that I'm feeling? And if I'm not feeling the deservability, okay, we need to work with this energy. I want you to now here remember that we are all powerful alchemists. We can transform our emotions. So what you need to do is you need to pay attention to it. Work on that belief. Some of these beliefs could be much deeper, could be coming from a lot of our past experiences. Sometimes it's just paying attention to these feelings that you will be able to transform it. For example, if you say, I don't deserve it, and then you ask yourself, why is it that I say that? No, of course I deserve it. So just the fact that you pay attention to it, you recognize that it's okay for you to let it go. This is actually really not making any sense. I deserve it. I will work for it and I will get it. However, on the other hand, there could be certain beliefs which could be much deeper. They could be coming from a long-standing past experience. For example, you feel that you will not be able to take care of it for whatever reason, and there's a lot of past baggage around it. Or maybe your ancestors have faced a lot of difficulty and you're really not able to kind of turn around that thought. Now, it's important, like I said, that we need to transform this energy. So to make peace with this past is important, my dear friends. Here is the time where you could take help of some of the therapies or meditation to actually look into this past. The past has shaped us. Now, if I am carrying this experience and I'm going to be looking at the reality just in this way, know that the other possibility I'll not be able to tap into it. So it's important to make peace with the past, okay? And in case you need, you can take help of inner child healing, past life regression, any of those therapies. This is really the place for it. This is why some of these therapies become important in our lives. So elevated emotion is what will actually help you to draw this possibility into your lives. So most importantly, I'll just say it again, the two things that are important for us to do is clear intention, elevated emotion. Now, connecting to this story, this child, they were clear, we are praying for rain, and this child had the elevated emotion. He knew that because we are asking for rain, it's going to be there. And he is also not disheartened by the rain not coming the same day. We need to recognize and keep that belief. We need to have that patience. I can here also take the example of when I say clear intention. Now, some people ask me here, how clear should it be? Should we actually go into the details? And I would like to give you one more example here. Imagine you're going to a restaurant and there are 20 kinds of dosas available. So you choose one particular kind of dosa that you want. And in that, when you're placing your order, you're actually telling all your likings. You're saying, I want this Mysore masala dosa, cheese dosa, but I want it really crispy and thin, like it should look brown from outside. And I want the masala little less, not too spicy. And the cheese that you put, don't make it, don't put a lot of it, just little sprinkles of it. Now, when you're actually giving the specification, the chef understands really well what is it that you would like. So the clearer you get, the better it is. The better the chef can actually make it for you. So yes, when you're asking, don't be shy. Let yourself actually pay attention, because when you're going to pay attention to it, you're going to have to visualize, you're going to have to pay attention to really what is it that you would like to eat, how is it that you like it. And definitely the chef will be able to then match it for your experience. So really give the details if you are clear what you like. Okay, but the next part is that then sit back at the table. Don't keep going to the chef and saying, but why am I not getting it? But why is it taking so long? So sometimes there can be orders before you and it could be taking a little time, and that's okay. So it's important to keep that belief, keep that excitement, that waiting, right? When we are positive, when we are really happy, in a happy state, waiting for it, that's what really helps us to draw that experience in your life. So really having also the trust and the belief is what is going to it's going to take for you to really keep those elevated emotions. So becoming clear and elevated emotions. Now, how is desire different from clear intention? A lot of the times we feel that because I want something, it should be there. Now this is where the little difference is going to come. A lot of the times we desire so many things, but actually what we are feeling is we are feeling a lack inside, or we are feeling like I don't really deserve it. So pay attention to all of these things. Do you believe that this possibility is there? Are you clear? And do you believe that you deserve it? And what is your emotion? So elevating your emotion, making peace with the past, accepting the past, only then you can really transforming the emotion within yourself, my dear friends. And now I would like to talk about the role of meditation in this. Friends, the meditation practice is the most important thing in the science of manifestation, because let's see that we are all actually already living in our reality. So for example, again, this person who is living in this family background where nobody has been able to buy a house. Now he believes and he knows that this is his reality. Now when we go in meditation, what happens is we are actually cutting off from the outside reality, closing our eyes. We are going within ourselves, and as we are going within ourselves, we start becoming no longer this personality. We start witnessing the personality. So neither am I a rich person nor a poor person, nor am I a male or a female, nor am I residing in this city or that city. I am just going into a blankness. As we actually go into this blankness, then we start connecting to the field which has the infinite possibilities. You can take an example of, like I said, that there are infinite possibilities. These are like the radio frequencies, imagine, right? Now I am already tuned into a particular radio frequency. I am already listening to the songs of a particular radio frequency. Now being tuned into that, I cannot be listening to the songs of another frequency. So I need to actually zone out of this. And that zoning out of this is something that really meditation is what is all about. We are disconnecting from this. We are no longer the personality. And the space we that start going into is the field, is this blank space that's there within all of us. That is where all the potentials are. And because now we are clear what we want, we can actually tune into that. So as you distance from this, start moving into the blank space. If you're clear as to what you want and you're already tuned into the happy feelings, the elevated emotions, the manifestation will start happening for you. So if you do not already practice this, when you practice the simple anapanasati, maybe towards the end of it, you can actually practice connecting to that intention that you have, that you want to create in your life. And pay attention to what you're feeling. Let the elevated emotions come up. How do we do that? By imagining, visualizing that this, whatever that you want, is already there in your life. And let yourself feel how it would feel when it's already there in your life. This is really the secret of manifestation, my dear friends. Before I leave you, I'll give you a few tips and certain obstacles that we face. So all of us tend to face these obstacles. The very common one is laziness. Friends, we all have been living in a particular way, and those ways have happened even before the thinking mind has come. Right in the womb, right in early childhood, right before the thinking mind got developed, before the age of 6, a particular scripting has already happened. Now that script that we have developed, which the psychologists say happens before the age of 6 years, has survival benefits. So even though we may not be happy in it, even though we may not be healthy and joyous with it, the biggest part of our mind, the unconscious, says, at least I have survived right? So it actually tries to keep you there. So if you are actually not paying attention, like we said, you will be creating by default, which is you will be here. And so the laziness to really put an effort so that we come out of this is really the biggest obstacle. The second aspect is fear. Now this has become our comfort zone, and to be honest, the biggest fear that we all have is the fear of owning up the power. One of the authors, Marianne Williamson, said that actually we are all scared of how powerful we are. And yes, of course, in past lives, a lot of us have also misused power when we had it. So somewhere, if it requires that you pay attention to your shadow side and you really see what is it that your fears are, addressing that and now letting them go will really help you to now create consciously. And the third obstacle, my dear friend, is lack of clarity. So a lot of the times when I work with people, what they realize is that the fact is that they do not even know what they want. So this is something that really takes the effort. We really need to actually start paying attention to what is it that we want. Otherwise, a lot of the times we find it easier to just keep blaming somebody for whatever is created in our lives. It will need us to take self-responsibility and to say, yes, this is what I want and I'm ready to take the responsibility of it. So these are the three areas where you pay attention to, my dear friends. And finally, I would like to leave you with some tips. Like the most important thing I said, meditation. The second important thing is reading. Taking the help of beautiful, amazing self-help books. Because like I said in the beginning, if you understand why you need to do it, you will keep getting tips from each and every book. Then you will do it better. A lot of encouragement keeps coming. You really see other masters doing it and then you get inspired. So really reading those books, Sangha, so meeting like-minded people who are already also on the same path and manifesting their reality. And the next one is really paying attention to your feelings. A lot of us have actually become thinking beings. We don't pay attention to our feelings. So start paying attention to feelings, and that's very, very important. Only positive thinking is not something that's really going to help you. And the last one is surrender. Know that when life is bringing something to you, it's coming for a reason. So not having a controlling attitude is extremely important also for the manifestation. Thank you so much, my dear friends, and hope I have been able to contribute something.
Dear all, this is Dr. Lakshmi Mankala. I am very glad to meet you all today on this platform. Today I am going to talk about metaphysics, what is the importance of it, and how it is useful and helpful in our lives. Metaphysics. First, let us learn what is the meaning of this word. Physics, as you all know, any matter or any object which occupies a space in this physical world, we should be able to see it, feel it by our five senses, either by hearing, by seeing, by touching, and it should have certain shape and size and weight. So this is what the physical science tells us about everything. That means it should be proved that it is existing, and we should be able to see with our eyes or with our five senses. But metaphysics, meta means beyond or above, physics. So beyond this physical world, there is a metaphysical world. Actually, in my opinion, I feel this metaphysical world is controlling and ruling the physical world. The metaphysics is something deals with things which we cannot prove in the physical form, like we cannot show in size, shape or weight, but they are in the energy form or the subtlest forms. And they are the metaphysical elements only we can experience in our lives, but we cannot show them as such in the physical form. But it doesn't mean that they are not existing. They do. Because, for example, if you say love, the feeling of love is felt by us, by you, but can you show it in any form? No. Similarly is our belief system. Can you show blessings? All these are in the energy level, but we cannot show them in the physical form. But they do exist, and they are controlling our whole life. Before going into the metaphysics, let us first learn about our body, what it is made up of and how it functions. Our body starts with a single cell which is called zygote. You must be knowing. Zygote is formed by the combination of egg or ovum from the mother and sperm from the father. So union of these two forms a zygote, which is a single cell organism. So this single cell has all the information and data about our color of hair, eye color, our skin color, and how our parts have to develop, all the systems in our body, all the data, all the information, and also the belief systems of our fathers and mother and ancestors also, and memories, experiences. All the information and data is stored in this single cell. And in the course of 9 months in the mother's womb, this single cell, the zygote, multiplies and multiplies, remultiplies, and then it is by the end of 9 months, it is completely formed into a human baby, which is ready to survive on its own individually and independently. So again, the body of the baby or us is made up of, as I said, we start our life from single cell, it divides and redivides and forms into a full formed body. That means our body is a pool of trillions and billions of cells. So we are a combination of trillions and billions of cells that forms our body. But our body is not just filled with cells as such. All the cells, they unite in different combinations and form different organs and systems which constitute our complete body. So let us see first in detail what it is. Cells, if they combine together in a group of cells is called tissue. Group of tissues form a muscle, and we have different kinds of muscles in our body. Similarly, group of muscles form organs. Like we have stomach, brain, heart, lungs, kidneys, liver, so many organs we have got. So cells, group of cells form tissues, group of tissues form muscles, group of muscles form organs, and organs with similar function form into a system. So that's why we have different systems in our body, like circulatory system formed with heart and arteries, veins, and nervous system which has brain and nerves, spinal cord, and muscular system, bones and muscles, reproductive system where we have reproductive organs, excretory system, kidneys, ureter, urinary bladder, so digestive system, all the digestive organs like stomach, intestines, esophagus, all this constitute digestive system, and integumentary system, that is nails, hair and skin, which covers whole of our body. So all these systems put together is our complete body. So this is the formation, or this is the constitution of our body. Now, as I said, we started our life with a single cell, that is zygote. So our body, as I said, we are collection or group of cells form our body. So every cell in our body has that information and data, healing powers, everything about our experiences, beliefs, thoughts, everything. Each and every cell of our body has that information and data. And in medical science, it is told that genes decide our character and behaviors. But now the studies say that our external environment, stimulus from external environment and the situations which make our reactions will decide the coding of genes. That means the gene coding, the coding of the genes can be changed by the external stimuli in the surroundings which we are born and brought up, and also the reactions, the interactions with the people, the emotions we develop, the feelings we have, all these develop and decide the coding of genes. That means by conscious effort, we have the ability to do the redecoding of our genes. In medical science, again, it says that certain diseases like diabetes or hypertension is a genetic disorder. So if your parents are suffering from diabetes, the children are supposed to get, because they have it in genetics or in genes. But this is the other way around. Other way it is true. As parents, we get some information and the belief system, thought process we get from our parents when we take birth. Based on that information and the same food habits which we follow from our parents, same kind of belief system we have, and same kind of, maybe similar kind of thought process. So this all may lead to developing that same disease which our parents have. So that means the same kind of habits and belief systems may develop into the same disease, but it's not that the genes are dictating or deciding the disease. So same habits, same belief systems, same thoughts and same reactions to the same situation as our parents, maybe that again codes our genes to develop into that disease. So that's how it is told in medical science, that these certain diseases are genetic in nature. So by our conscious effort, we can decode or we can change the coding of our genes by changing our belief system, by changing our thought process, and by changing the reactions of what we give, by changing our way of thinking and perception. So, and also one more important thing is our cells, when we are born till our death, they are not the same cells. I mean to say that each cell is not so long living. Each cell has got a certain lifespan. Like RBC or red blood cells have 120 days of lifespan. That means after 120 days they die and new cells are produced. Similar thing happens, like liver cells have 300 to 400 days of lifespan. So similarly we have different stomach cells, or the epithelium of stomach has only 4-5 days of lifespan. So on, different cells in our body have different lifespans. That means they are continuously being replaced with the new cells. So now when we talk about metaphysics here, our belief system is very, very important, because many things we do out of our belief. We are driven by our belief system. Our beliefs decide how we behave and think and perceive the world. Like example, if we have the belief that in the morning I have to have a cup of tea or coffee, then only I feel good all through the day. So this is our belief. So automatically we just wake up from the bed morning and go to the kitchen and prepare a cup of tea or coffee and have it. Then only we are feeling good all through the day, because we had that cup of coffee or tea. And in any case, sometime or someday, if we are not able to drink that cup of coffee, maybe we are outside or we are not able to drink that cup of coffee in the morning, then because of our belief system, because our cells are fed with that belief system, when you don't have the cup of coffee in the morning because of some reason, then we may develop some headache or not feeling fresh, sluggish, dull, and we attribute this to, oh, I didn't have my cup of coffee, that's why I'm feeling dull and my head is aching and I'm feeling whatever, dull and not active. So this we have created. This is just a belief system. By conscious effort, we can change the belief system, and as I said, when we change our belief, we change our thought, we change our habit, and we can change our behavior, and which helps to change our character. So all these are related on our belief system. And as I said, beliefs, feelings are metaphysical. So when we think something, thoughts and feelings, emotions are energy in nature, you must be knowing. So each thought, each feeling, each emotion has got different frequency. So when we develop some emotion or some thought, our cells vibrate in certain frequency which is matching with that kind of emotion or thought. So these cells store that experience or emotion or feeling is stored in the cells in the form of some information or memory. So next time when we face that same situation, or even if we just think in our mind about that situation, the cells start to vibrate in the same way as we were in that situation. If it is like anger, then we may develop anger now, even though the situation is not there. That means every cell is having that memory of that past experience. And also, based on this, we react in the same way in the same situation next time when we face, like anger. If we take the example. Today, if we have anger situation and we have reacted in certain way, that is stored in our cells. And next time, when again we are angry, without even thinking or taking pause, the cells and our body immediately reacts in the same way. That becomes our habit. So our cells are, and the information in the cells is very, very important. And as I said, this all is because of our belief and thought process. So it is very important to consciously change our thoughts, our beliefs. When we change our beliefs and thoughts, this helps for controlling and changing our emotions, which in turn helps in healing our body. Many diseases of physical and psychological level we can heal with our thought process and belief system. Our cells, as I said, they have certain lifetime or lifespan. So certain cells at this moment, certain cells are dying because they are already old, and certain cells are actively preserving our body and functioning and working for us, and certain cells are yet to be born. That means there are 3 stages at every fraction of second: creation, preservation and destruction. So certain cells are dying, certain cells are working for us, and other set of cells are yet to be born. So how we can heal or how we can change our belief system? By changing our beliefs and thoughts consciously with our effort, we can change and heal our diseases. Like example, if a person is suffering from diabetes, he or she keeps thinking and saying to others also that I am diabetic. He keeps thinking, oh, I am diabetic, so I should not eat sugar, I should not take sweets. So he keeps on thinking and giving the same information, same command to the cell that you are diabetic. So the cell has the memory that, oh, I am diabetic, so I have to behave in a certain pattern. But as I said, this cell which is now actively working may die tomorrow, and a new cell is going to be born. So by consciously changing our thought, we have to think in a certain way, like I am perfectly healthy. If you give this thought to your cells, then slowly and gradually the old belief or the old thought, old memory is replaced with this new thought that you are perfectly healthy. So the newborn cell which is going to take birth, maybe next moment, the new information is stored in it that you are perfectly healthy and happy. Then the old cell which was having the information and memory of being diabetic is going to die. So the new cell will have the new information that you are healthy and active, perfectly healthy. So again, day after tomorrow, day after tomorrow, as you keep on doing this, one day all the cells in your body will be filled with the new information that you are perfectly healthy and happy. So that's how your health will be restored. So it is very, very important what you think, how you think, and what you believe and what you talk, because our body and our cell reacts according to our talks, our thoughts, our belief system. So metaphysics, as I said, this is how we can apply and cure our diseases completely, and also our emotions can be controlled, and our thought process can be changed consciously and give new memory to ourselves, which will help, as I said, to rewrite the coding of genes. So do try and try to activate and give new information to yourselves. So now let us know something about our emotions. We all know we face so many emotions in our life: happiness, sadness, crying, jealousy, hatred, and so many other emotions. And again, these emotions are energy in nature. So it is very important to release these emotions, but not to store them in our body. Sometimes many people control their anger, or if they feel sad and they want to cry, they hold their tears. That is not good actually, because that energy is stored in our body, and after some time it may develop into physical ailment. Like for example, if you suppress anger, if you don't express and suppress it, it may be stored in liver. Similarly, if there is grief because of loss of someone, or because of any reason, if there is sadness and grief and we are not expressing or releasing it, it may be stored in lungs and we may develop some problem in the lungs. Similarly, there are different parts where different emotions are stored, because that emotions, as I said, is energy and we have to release them. If we don't release them from our body, then it is going to come up in a different physical health problem. So it's not necessary that if you get anger, you have to release it by shouting or beating others, but there are other ways to release our emotions. Like when you are angry, you can just take a paper and write down what you feel, how you feel, and tear it into pieces and throw it in the dustbin, or you can just burn it. This also will help to release your anger. And also one more best way is, according to the book Atisha Prajna Vedam, written by Osho, in that he says, whenever you have anger or any kind of emotion, let us take the example of anger. It is said that this universal energy, the pure energy, is shown in these different forms, whether it's positive, negative, or neutral. So all our emotions are also a form of pure energy. So, but it is exhibiting as anger or negative energy. So the book says, when you get angry or even sadness or whatever emotion, but let us take the example of anger, sit with that. Don't try to divert your mind in something like seeing movies or talking to your friends, and don't divert and don't try to suppress your anger or any kind of emotion. Just stop your work and sit with yourselves and deal that anger. If you go deeper and deeper into your feelings and how you feel in your mind, body, just focus only on the sensation of that anger or any sadness, whatever emotion you get. If you go deeper and experience that more and more deeper, you will see that it slowly evaporates, and finally at the end you will feel happiness or anandam. So because the pure energy has taken the form of anger or hatred or sadness, all these forms are taken by the pure energy, which is nirakaram. So this is also one way where we can sit and just deal the emotion which is converted into happiness. But never suppress it or store it in our body. As I said, each cell has memory, so they will store that information, and if that information is stored for a longer time, it may develop into physical problem. It may come up into any disease. One more important thing about metaphysics and our thought process is, when we are thinking something negative about others, we are connected or we are in that channel of negativity. This can be explained with the TV set. We have a TV set in our home and there is a remote. If we want to connect our TV set to some channel like BBC or CNN or whatever channel, when you select that number, that channel gets connected. That means what channel you choose, you will be getting connected with that. But other channels are there existing in the air, but we get connected because we chose that channel. Same thing happens when we are thinking negative. We are connected with the negative channel. That means we send negative thoughts, so negative thoughts and negative reactions only come to us. That means if we think or say something negative about others, the same negativity come to us because we are in that channel. So be careful when you are thinking and talking about yourselves or others. As I said, your cells are listening and they store all the information and all the thought processes. Before you say what you think to others, first the thought is heard by you, and that word also is heard by you and your cells. So be very careful when you think about yourself and also about others, because your cells are listening. There is a saying in Sanskrit which says, Yad bhavam tad bhavati. That means, as you sow, so you reap. So it is up to us what kind of thoughts and belief systems we create or we feed ourselves with. So that's what comes to us, because we vibrate in that frequency and we attract that kind of energies. If we are in a positive mode or positive thinking, as I said, we connect in the positive channel, then we attract the positive things and good things in our life. If we are in the negative mode and negative thinking, then we vibrate in the negative frequency and we attract negative things in our life. So it is completely our free will what to attract, what to get in our lives. So take responsibility, take charge of your life and try to change your thoughts and belief systems and accordingly your habits and behavior, and which helps to build your character. Okay friends, so this is what I wanted to share with you about metaphysics. Thank you. Namaste.
today, let us try to understand how we can synthesize our personal life, family life, professional life, social life, our physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual dimensions without compromising either the success or the satisfaction. If one were to be externally dynamic and internally dynamic, externally tranquil and internally tranquil, we need to be a total quality individual. Today, the humanity is suffering because of various complications. The suffering and misery, it is haunting everybody. How we can bring all the spiritual sciences, bridge the materialistic life and the spiritual life. How will we can do that is the need of the hour. Today, so many people talk about yoga in a different dimension altogether. Yoga people feel that it is only physical gymnastics. It is not gymnastics. It is not a circus. We have brought everything, diluted everything to such a dimension that we cannot even imagine. But if we largely understand what actually is this yoga, what are the various stages, and how we can bring even the spiritual life into one's own home. You might have heard yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana, and samadhi. These are all the 8 stages of yoga. What are these? And let us try to open up and try to basically understand why yoga is so important nowadays. Everybody is suffering today because of the thing called the mind. The mind. The removal of the mental modifications is yoga. Yogas chitta vritti nirodha. The removal of the mental modifications is yoga. You might have heard yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana, and samadhi. What is this yama? Ahimsa, satya, asteya, brahmacharya, aparigraha. Niyama is saucha, santosha, tapaha, swadhyaya, ishvara pranidhanani. They are the personal code of conduct and the social code of conduct, yama niyamas. After yama niyama, It is asan or asana. What is this asana? The physical posture, sthiram sukham asanam. You need to be stable, comfortable. Why you need to be in asana? How asana is going to be important in your spiritual dimension? It is understood by our seers and mystics, the rishis of the year. Any movement in the body will create a movement in the prana. That is why sthiram sukham asanam. The sthiram sukham asanam, after asana is pranayam. What is this pranayam? Why you need to do pranayam? For your spiritual progress. Pranayam is tasmin sati swasa praswasa yorgati vichedaha pranayam. Normally, it is said, chale vate chalam chittam, nischale nischalam bhavet. Any movement in the air, the breath, will create a movement in the prana. So, they said, the seers have mentioned that once you stabilize, once you integrate the prana and apana, when the mahaprana, you cannot tackle it directly, but you can tackle the prana and apana. When the apana is taken upward and taken and combined and going to your bhrumadhya, the real pranayama will take place and your actual movement of the breath will stop. The movement of the breath, if you are doing this pranayama, then it is called, you need to enter into pratyahara. Pratyahara is control of the sensory organs. How you control it? It is said, swavishaye samprayoge chitta swarupanukara ivendriyanam pratyahara. All our sensory organs, the 5 sensory organs, are drawing out. The eyes are drawn out, the ears are drawn out, the tongue goes out, the skin goes out, all the nose goes out. Unless we handle them properly, pratyahara will not take place. So, pratyahara is very, very important in the whole process of this yoga. Next comes dharana. What is this dharana? It is said, desa bandhas chittaha dharana. Dharana means concentration. Abiding to a place outside or inside is dharana. Whatever may be the point, it is something like a point. After dharana, it is said dhyana. What is this dhyana? Meditation. Meditation is simply an extension of dharana. Tatra prati ekatanata dhyanam. Prati ekatanata, oneness, the flow of awareness is meditation. Just as Why the meditation is required? Once you handle your prana, once your prana stabilizes, you will be able to handle your mind. Prana bandhanam hi manaha. Prana is the vehicle for your mind. So unless you handle your prana, you will not be able to handle your mind. So the mind is continuously with so many modifications. So the modifications of the mind have to stop. So it is said, what is dhyana? Dhyana is dhi plus yana, prayana. Dhi plus prayana. What is dhi? Dhi is awareness. Yana is prayana. The flow of awareness is meditation. If you consider the medicine is for your body, then meditation is for your mind. And unless you handle your mind, you can't handle anything of yourself. You will not even go and enter your real self, the inner self. If you want to enter into your own real self, your Atma, you cannot even dream unless you can handle your mind. The unconscious mind, the subconscious mind, the partially conscious mind will stop you. You cannot even think of Turiya, the superconscious state. The pure inner self is your superconscious state. You can't go. So unless you complete your meditation, you cannot enter into samadhi. Samadhi is sama plus dhi. Sama means equanimous, dhi means intellect. The equanimous intellect. What is samadhi? Tadaiva ardhamatra nirbhasa swarupa sunyameva samadhi. The knower, the knowledge, the known will become simply one. Only the knowing remains. Only the inner self remains. Trayam ekatva samyama. You cannot enter into your real inner self. You cannot be an enlightened soul. You cannot attain nirvana, moksha, liberation unless you go through the whole process. Don't be panic with this great many Sanskrit definitions. They are very, very simple words, and you can simply enter into meditation with little basic science. So this basic science of meditation is all that is important. The Patanjali Maharshi's second sutra, everybody talks about. But there is one first sutra, Atah Yoganushasanam. Atah means here and now. You will have to become that here and now, and here and now will happen only when the mind stops. The whole difficulty of this great meditation is only to become that here and now. The mind continuously chases us, stops us in terms of so many dreams. In the night we are dreaming, in the morning we are thinking. They are part of the same reality. The dreams are nothing but the thoughts. In the morning, you get 60,000 thoughts in a day, on an average. And in the night, people are simply dreaming. So when do you enter into your real self? And unless you meditate, you stop the chatter of your mind, unless you stop all the modifications of your mind, your unconscious, subconscious, partially conscious, you cannot even think. How do we do it then? Is it so difficult? No, it is not at all difficult. So many mystics like Buddha, Shiva, Krishna extensively have talked about only meditation. People started worshipping them, but nobody wanted to meditate. Meditation, if you meditate, lot of spiritual energy, lot of energy will go into you, enter into you. It will rectify all the dimensions of oneself. Your diseases, you are physically diseased, you will become physically healthy. You are mentally unrest, you will become mentally happy. You will be emotionally so much of trauma. Emotionally, you will be in joy. Spiritually, you are bankrupt, and you will be enter into spiritual enlightenment, maturity. Believe me, once you meditate, so many tools are there. My books extensively, Dhyanam Sharanam Gacchami, Yogakshemam, Aishman Bhava, Anando Brahma, Prajnanam Brahma, Brahma Vidya, Alochana and Arogya, Vijeta, Vattidi, Nivarana, Success, Stress Management, Kundalini Vikas, Mudra Shastra Rahasya, the secret science of mudras, Atma Darshana, self-realization. Everything will take place with a simple tool of meditation. It's so easy. Gautama, the Buddha, Siddhartha, Jesus, everybody, Krishna, they talked about the same yoga. Once you are into this meditation, then nothing can touch you. You are externally dynamic and internally you will be tranquil. You will be an outer winner and you will be an inner winner. This is the truth, and everybody can attain. Even I hail from a very professional background. Basically, I was a scientist, but entered into the dimension of spirituality. I am a family person, and I was a very, very successful professional. I am not talking about an escapism. You need not go into the forest and do your tapas. Simply You need to meditate and everything shall happen to you. Success will come to you. I received the Best Management Award for 17 years altogether. Today, I'm almost 70 years. Your aging will be very, very slow. You need not stop anything. You need to work. You need to be a family person. You need to be a professional. Attain everything, and yet you can be a meditator. Only a meditator can handle his stress. Today, most of the problems, whatever you find in the world, all the misery in this world is only because of stress. And the simplest method to handle your stress is meditation. Our sympathetic nervous system is so much excited, but we neglect our parasympathetic nervous system. Autonomic nervous system is a combination of sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous systems. Unless you handle your parasympathetic nervous system well, you will be entering into a terrific trauma. You will be miserable. You may be successful, but you will not be satisfied. One needs to be successful and satisfied. And the simplest success sutra is meditation. If you meditate, you will be successful. And you will be satisfied too. What is success? Achieving what you aim is success. And satisfaction is enjoying what you achieve. The Indian tradition of meditation is something, a great science. The great science. We are not like the foreign authors who write books on success and they commit suicide. Our meditations are supreme. They will give you success, they will give you satisfaction. You will not be a failure. You will be a happy father. You will be a happy husband. You will be a happy wife. You will be a happy entrepreneur. You will be a happy professional. You will be a total quality individual. Unless you are a total quality individual, what use is it? The meditation is not simply to enter into a forest. Buddha, before he became enlightened, he entered into a jungle or a forest. But after he is enlightened, when he was questioned by his wife, do you regret for going into the forest? He just bent his head. The meaning is, you need to be in your home. You need to be in the society. You need to be meditator. Once you meditate, all your waste product, all your toxins will dissolve. All the garbage within will go out in the form of thoughts, in the form of memories. It is said in Upanishads, vritti pravaha iti manaha. The flow of thoughts is mind. But you are not the thought, but you are the space between the thoughts. You are the witnesser of the thoughts. So the witnesser of the thought, it totally is insulated from the everything. You are participating in the world, but yet you are detached. You are non-attached. You will be able to witness everything in your life. Take everything in your stride. All the pairs of opposites, they will not do anything to you. That is why Krishna, he said, Karmanye vadikaraste, ma phaleshu kadachana, ma karma phal heturbu, mate sangastva karmani. He said, never be inactive. Akarmani means inaction. Mate means never be inactive. Karmane vadikaraste. You be a doer. At the age of 70, we are so dynamic. You can be so dynamic. Believe me, your aging will come down by at least 10 years if you are a meditator. You will be highly energetic. No disease can touch you, including a hereditary disease, so-called. Even genomes cannot touch you. This is proven now. If you are a meditator, your gene will alter. Your gene will alter. You don't need to inherit any disease. Let it be diabetes, let it be hypertension, let it be a heart problem. It will not touch you. At the age of 70, coronavirus, COVID-19, what can it do? If your immunity is so high because of your meditation, what can the COVID virus do to you? You have enough energy in you. You can fight the battle against any type of virus. It's a auto vaccine. What vaccine you require? If you meditate, it can't touch you. It is so simple. You can walk, you can be highly energetic. You will not be tired. Your meditation will reduce the numbers of hours of your sleep. They say everybody, all the science is talking about 8 hours sleep. If you are a meditator, I am telling you, 3 hours sleep is sufficient. I am very healthy. I don't have any problem. In my own home, my children, my second son is a doctor, my daughter-in-law is a doctor. Now they are recommending meditation only for all type of disorders. They are in their 35. I am 70. Even they are affected by COVID, but it will not touch us. It will not touch us. So meditation, we are not telling you to go into a forest and do your tapas. No. In your own home, in your own hall, on your own bed, you just meditate for an hour, simply an hour. This is enough. What do? Simple, very, very simple. You start observing your breath. It is so simple. It is happening. Whether you want to breathe or don't want to breathe, still you are breathing. Be wakeful, be awareful of that breath that is happening. That's all. Why Buddha said breath? Only the breath. You will not have ignorance, you will not have craving, you will not have aversion. He said, avidya, raga and dvesha. These three are not supposed to be there in whatever tool you adopt for your meditation. So, we don't recommend idle, God's name, mantra. No, we don't. It is simply a neutral tool. Just simply observe your breath. If you observe your breath, what will happen? You may be thinking, what will happen? Just you will be wakeful, you will be awareful, you will be conscious. Once you are, see, it is said, the mind can be at only one place, always. Either you are with the breath or you are with the thought. So, if you are with the thought, you can't be with the breath. If you are observing the breath, immediately thoughts will stop. Thoughts are the thieves inside you. They are the robbers. They are taking your peace of mind. They are taking everything from you. The moment you become wakeful, the moment you become awareful, the moment you become conscious, supreme transformation will take place. Your energy is conserved. Your unconscious mind will stop. Your subconscious mind will stop. Everything will stop. Your mind gets focused. It is something like a microscope. Once you focus, it is so simple. You are sitting somewhere, you are free, just observe the breath. How easy it is to observe the breath. And how do you observe? Simply as it goes in. Buddha says, as the breath moves in, as the breath exits out, moves out, the touch of the air to the nostrils, the touch of the air in the triangular area below the nostril. Simply, if the air is moving in one nostril, be aware. If the air is moving in two nostrils, be aware. If the air is moving in fast speed, be aware. If it is slow, be aware. If it is shallow, be aware. If it is fast, be aware. If it is smooth, be aware. Simply be aware. This is meditation. Is it difficult to be wakeful? Once you are aware of your breath, now all the thieves, your alochana, ala uchan. Alochan means ala uchan. The thoughts will jump up from the ocean. You become a wave. Even though you are an ocean, you forget that you are the ocean and you think that you are the wave. Once you understand that I am no longer the wave, you become the ocean, the silent and peaceful waters. You will know your real nature. It's so simple. It is so simple. Be wakeful and everything will tremendously alter. You don't need to do anything apart from it. And once you are sitting, keep your spine straight, as simple as that. Keep your spine simply straight so that the prana inside is moving up and down. You are aware and the whole energy is moving. All the 72,000 nerves, your Ida, Pingala and Sushumna nadis, all the major nadis, your Pancha Pranas, Prana, Apana, Samana, Udana, Vyana, your Upapranas, Nagamu, Kurmamu, Krikaram, Dhananjayam, Devadattam, all these Upapranas, all the pranas, they will stimulate. Each organ will activate your pancreas, your gallbladder, your liver, your spleen, your kidneys, your heart, your lungs, your brain, all the endocrinal glands, thyroid, parathyroid, pineal, pituitary, thymus, gonads, all the glands will function. They are so tiny organs. All the electrical activity, all the biochemical activity inside will function so well you can't even imagine. All your diseases, whatever you have, they will simply vanish. They will vanish. The cosmic energy will enter into you. Your memory will increase. Your memory will be tremendously increasing. You will become divine. Divine means diving in, that's all. Dive in, that's all. And if you don't dive in, you will become dive ill, devil, that's all. Choose. Choose your meditation. Choose to be a meditator. And you will be a god, that's all. From Jiva, you will become Deva. You will become Ishvara. You will become the Buddha. You will become Krishna. You will be in Christ consciousness. You will be in Buddhahood. You will be in your Allahhood. You will be in Shivatva. Everything will happen. No need of any religion. Meditation is beyond all religions. It is beyond all religions. Where meditation is beyond religion. Spirituality begins where religion ends. So meditation is something very high, very supreme. Unless you take up your meditation, believe me, bad days are ahead. So many virus, so many influenza, so many bacteria. You can't kill them. You will have to, millions of bacteria is inside you. You are not one bacteria, you are millions of virus maybe, you are open to so much of virus. Why are you bothered about what virus is present? If mud is present everywhere, one king thought, I will cover every mud with a carpet. Is it right? The complete, that slushy land, if you cover, is it the right process? You need to wear chappal yourself. You need to wear your slipper. You need to wear your shoe. And that shoe is meditation. So once you wear your meditation, you are ready for the day. Believe me, whatever field you are, I was a corporate trainer for meditation. I was training even including CMs and bureaucrats, corporates, software industries, many, almost for the last 40 years I was training so many people. Only last 13, 14 years, I thought let me spend more time in sadhana. Now Pyramid PMC channel, they requested me to address because this is the time we need to bring lot many non-meditators into our field of meditation. And Patriji suggested me address the group so that at least some more people, more and more number of people, if they enter into meditation, the world will be a heaven on earth. There is no heaven. There is no other heaven or hell. Heaven and hell are not geographical positions, they are psychological attitudes. Luckily, I had great many masters, Himalayan masters I had in my past. Because of my previous working experience, I was working in North and so many Himalayan masters I had approached. Very early I entered into Uttarkashi, Rishikesh, Gaumukh, all those masters, and luckily I have taken up meditation and also entered into my family life. You don't need to grow your beard like all the masters. You simply grow your meditation. No need to change your dress too. You can wear your suit. You don't need to change your attire at all. Be a meditator. Swami Vivekananda says, in the next century, the spiritual people will be in their suits. Let that happen. One should be a meditator in whichever field they are in. And it is so easy. And meditation, if you long term you meditate, your breath also will change. Your prana will change. You will awaken your inner self. You will realize yourself. If you are seriously meditating, I am telling you, even self-realization can happen. If you can add few other tools, it can happen even little faster. But if you just want an average success and satisfaction, this is it. So, This is what Krishna said, Matra sparshastu kaunteya sitoshna sukha dukkadaha agam payano anityaha tam stitikshasva bharata. External contamination, every day we are getting contaminated, going into contact with the external. Matra sparshastu kaunteya sitoshna sukha dukkadaha, cold and heat are entering into you. Agam payano anityaha, they are all arising and passing away. They are fleeting. What you need to do? Tam stitikshasva, you need to be a meditator. Only meditation can help. No other. No other. By repeating the name, maybe little peace of mind you can here and there, but meditation will give a lasting peace, lasting silence, lasting success in this birth and the next birth. You can remove all your trauma of your previous births also, all the accumulated garbage also, all the toxins due to your faulty living. Each thought will add lot of garbage within. And you might have done lot of times wrong thinking, bad thinking, evil thinking, unethical, immoral thinking. Now they made a hole somewhere, they made a block somewhere, they made a tumor somewhere, they made a patch somewhere. Don't you think you need to rectify them? Don't you think you need to cleanse them? And cleaning is meditation. Just as you take your bath. Bath is what? Simply you just put a one bucket of on your head. Is it cleaning? Who will clean your internal? All the garbage within your mind. All the garbage in so many areas. Your even prana has become faulty. Osho says, only the wrong breathing. Only the wrong breathing. Faulty breathing. It will alter everything. So it's as simple as that. Catch hold of the nearest meditator, get initiated, they give it. Now they are spreading very fast. Get to your meditation as fast as possible. And today I can say you are very, very lucky to even hear this discourse. What we firmly trust and believe, even to hear somebody talking about meditation, you are fortunate. Unless you are blessed because of your previous karma, you will not get this meditation. What is meditation? Karma cleansing, simply samskara cleansing. You are witnessing everything equanimously. That is meditation. There are three things in meditation: awareness, equanimity and bliss. If these three things are there, meditation is there. Few things should not be there. What are they? There should not be ignorance, there should not be craving, there should not be aversion. Patanjali says, avidya, asmita, raga, dvesha, abhinivesha. So meditation is the highest. We are doing everything for attaining our self-realization only, enlightenment, moksha, nirvana. You will realize yourself in this birth only, directly. You need to experiment with awareness, equanimity, and bliss. The dynamic neutrality. Neither you are attached, no attachment should be there. Yogastha kuru karmani. Krishna says, Yogastha kuru karmani sangam tyaktva dhananjaya siddhya asiddhyo sammo bhutva samatvam yoga uchyate. Equanimity. How you attain this equanimity? Tell me. Whatever is taking place, your mind is so focused. Now you know every sensation is impermanent within you. All the things, whatever is taking place, anything that is happening in your body-mind complex, body and mind are only, they are part of one reality. Mind is gross, mind is the subtle body, and body is gross mind. They are part of one reality. Everything is witnessed equanimously. Everything is arising and passing away. Everything is just a flow. You are sitting by the side of the river. Yes, simply it is a flow. So once you understand this meditation, you will be able to succeed well in all the things you undertake in your life. I wish you all the best. God bless you. Thank you.
Hi, welcome everyone. My name is Kiran Onamalasetti. I practice past life regression therapy, inner child therapy. My journey into spirituality started when I met my teacher, Dr. Newton Kondaviti, in the year 2010 in Pyramid Valley. So after meeting my teacher, I had powerful experiences. I started listening to my deeper calling, and I started attended all the training programs offered by Dr. Newton Kondaviti, and I practice past life regression therapy, inner child therapy, and several other healing modalities which are very powerful in the process of self discovery. So, welcome everyone to today's topic. I am going to briefly discuss one particular very interesting topic today, which is the wisdom of the Tibetan Dzogchen teachings. So, there is a famous book, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, which made the Tibetan teachings very popular in the West. And these teachings are mainly drawn from the ancient teachings of Dzogchen. So, the original name of the Tibetan Book of the Dead is actually, if we translate it in English, it is called Hearing in the Great Bardo. So, Bardo is a term that represents an intermediate state. So, these teachings lay a very step-by-step process of the afterlife states, what happens to us after death and before reincarnating. So, according to these teachings, Bardo means an intermediate state, and it is a state of transition, and it is a state of huge clarity as well as confusion. So, according to the Tibetan Dzogchen teachings, there are 4 Bardos. So, everything is a transition according to Tibetan teachings. For example, we are living in this physical 3-dimensional world. It is called the Bardo of living. It is actually the physical life, but it is considered as a transition. It is a transition into the afterlife state. So, similarly, after this physical life, and we vacate our body and we move on as pure consciousness, as a soul, then we enter the next Bardo, which is called the Bardo of death or Bardo of dying. So, this is the Bardo where we are actually going through the transition of leaving the body and entering those higher dimensions or non-physical worlds. So, the first Bardo is the Bardo of living, and the second Bardo is the Bardo of dying. So, the purpose of the Bardo of living is to prepare for the next Bardo, which is the Bardo of dying, and the purpose of Bardo of dying is to prepare for the next Bardo. So, these Bardos go on in a cyclical process. So, I am going to discuss all the 4 Bardos. The first one is Bardo of living, which is the physical life, and here, as I mentioned, the purpose is to prepare ourselves to the process of death. It may sound very strange and pessimistic if we always have to think about death, but it is not so. Death is not an end or annihilation of our existence. Death is a continuation. Death is actually considered as a grand event which opens door to the higher realm. So, I want to introduce few terms according to the Tibetan Dzogchen teachings. So, this terminology we need to first understand to actually assimilate this wisdom of the Bardo. It is a very, very profound wisdom given in these ancient teachings, and if we can truly understand their essence, we will be liberated. So, the first term I want to introduce is called the ground luminosity. It is also called as mother luminosity. So, this ground luminosity is our pure essence. It is our true mind or the true nature of the mind. So, we have an ordinary mind which is always helping us to live this physical life, day-to-day life, which is full of thoughts and feelings and emotions. So, this ordinary mind is very limited. It makes us believe that we are these 3-dimensional beings. But according to these teachings, there is a greater mind beyond the ordinary mind, and that is the true nature of the mind. And the word that represents this true nature of the mind is called Rigpa. Rigpa is the pure undivided state of our awareness, and frequently it is compared to the vast sky like nature. It is very spacious. There is no beginning, there is no ending to Rigpa, and it is vast and it is spacious. So this is the true nature of the mind, Rigpa, and there is no division, there is no duality, there is no polarity. It is only the mind that divides and creates a separation. But in the Rigpa, in the true nature of mind, there is no separation. Everything is whole, everything is perceived as pure undivided whole. So when we drop the ordinary mind, then the glory of this extraordinary or the true nature of the mind, the Rigpa, and the true radiance of the Rigpa is experienced. So once we experience the Rigpa, we can understand the true nature of everything. So the true nature of our mind is also the true nature of everything. Everything is coming from this true nature of the mind, from this Rigpa. And this understanding leads us to the roots of everything, which is called the ground luminosity or the clear light. So the clear light is where we all came from. It is the origin or source of everything. So the clear light is pregnant with all possibilities. It is pregnant with all creation. Everything originates from clear light and everything goes back into the clear light. We all came from this clear light and we all go back to the clear light. And this is called the ground luminosity. So according to the Dzogchen teachings, during the moment of death, something profound happens. So there is an outer respiration and an inner respiration. So the bardo of dying starts from the outer respiration when it ends to the last inner respiration. So this is the transition. We usually do not vacate the body in just 1 second or 1 moment. It happens slowly. We leave the body by stopping our physical respiration, and then we stop our inner respiration. So at the end of this slow down of the respiration, when we are doing our last in breath and last out breath, and that is the moment of the dawning of the ground luminosity on us, which means that we have a great opportunity to be forever liberated from the cycles of birth and rebirth. All the karmic cycles can be dissolved in that particular moment if we can recognize the ground luminosity and move towards it. So for a brief moment, this ground luminosity dawns on us after death. But if we fail to recognize, we are pulled by the gravity of our karma into the next bardo, into the cycles of birth and rebirth. So that is why there is so much of importance given to the bardo of dying. That is why death is considered as a very profound moment of utmost importance. The teachings and the tradition consider death so important that the whole life they treat it as a preparatory stage for death. So then the question is, how do we recognize this ground luminosity. So, without proper training, without sadhana in this present lifetime, it is not possible to be aware during death. So, if we can vacate the body, if we can take our last breath in complete awareness, then it is possible for us to recognize this ground luminosity when it comes in front of us. So, there is a beautiful metaphor in the Tibetan teachings. They talk about a mythical bird called Garuda. So, this Garuda bird, it is born out of an egg like all other birds. But what makes this Garuda very unique is during the time of birth, it has its wings fully developed, it is fully grown. So, as soon as it is born, hatched out of the egg, it is ready to fly, its wings fully developed. So, this example is given to describe the process of death. This is exactly what happens during the moment of death. Like this Garuda bird with its wings fully developed, the ground luminosity comes in front of us. We are ready to take off and we are ready to be liberated forever from the karmic cycles of birth and rebirth. So, how do we recognize the ground luminosity? For example, if we are meeting a stranger at a designated spot, so to identify the stranger, we need some clues or hints. What kind of features this person has, what kind of a dress this person might be wearing, or we need some map or we need a photograph so that we can identify. So, without any such hints, without any preparation, if we go directly to this place to meet the person, there are chances that we end up losing that opportunity to meet the person. So, in a similar fashion, we need a map, we need to be familiar with what this ground luminosity looks like, feels like, appears like. So, once we have that clue, once we have that experience in the physical life, then during death, when in its full grandeur, when it appears in front of us, we can recognize it. So, that is why it is so important for us to practice awareness, so that during the moment of death we can stay aware. So, that is the main purpose of meditation according to Tibetan teachings, familiarizing ourselves with the true nature of the mind, familiarizing ourselves with the ground luminosity. So, there are two things that help us actually during the moment of death. According to these teachings, nothing helps us except these two. The first one is your own sadhana, your own spiritual practice, the sincerity, the dedication that you have towards realizing this true nature. So, that will help during the moment of death, nothing else will help. And the second thing that will help is the blessings of a teacher or your master. So, even if you don't have the first one, if you have the second one, then you are liberated. You can experience and recognize and move into the ground luminosity during the moment of death. So, friends, these 2 points are so important. So, the first one is self practice, practice of meditation, practice of awareness. So, the practice of self liberation. Meditation is nothing but the practice of self liberation, liberating everything that is understood as self, as me, as I. All your thoughts and all your emotions, when we see them as they are liberated. So the Tibetan teachings, the Dzogchen teachings are very, very powerful because they give us a direct map to this ground luminosity or the mother luminosity. So the next term I want to introduce is the child luminosity or the path luminosity. So this is the awareness that you cultivate during this lifetime through initiation from your master, through the blessings of the teacher. You enter into a spiritual path, a path of meditation, a path of self-discovery, which is very essential. And this path is called path luminosity. So by virtue of your own self-practice and by virtue of the blessings of your teacher, you are now, you developed your own Rigpa. Rigpa is your own inner state of awareness. Okay. This is not completely the ground luminosity yet. That's why it is called as child luminosity or path luminosity. But this will help you because now you have certain familiarity of the experience of the true nature of mind. You know how it feels like to be in this pure undivided state. So as soon as this moment of death comes, we can be fearless. So dying in fearlessness is one of the biggest gifts that we can have, and we can also give to others, because death is the moment, no matter how much self practice you did, okay, death is always very, very challenging. The fear of death is the ultimate fear, because we feel that we are going to end and we are going to cease after this moment. So we all of us have to face death. There is no escape, and that is the only reality of life. And we can be very sure that we will have to face death. We may not be sure that what will happen in our life, what kind of things we will do, we will achieve, but we can be very sure that we will meet death one day. So it is such a fact, we ignore it completely. The modern life, it completely shields us from having any understanding of death. It is treated as something very negative, something that is unwanted, something that is bad, something that is the worst thing that can happen to us. So that is how we are also training our next younger generations, also trying to shield us from this understanding of death. But it's not going to help us. One day we have to face it. And if we can face it with awareness, if we can face it with complete understanding, then the transition will become very easy. The transition will become a celebration. In many ancient traditions, death is a celebration. And because death is that glorious moment, that is the culmination of life. Because your ordinary mind dissolves in that moment. If you are ever in the presence of a dying person, you will understand. You will understand what it means to go through this process. Because it's not easy, it is very painful. You have to drop all your identifications. Whatever you thought that is permanent, you realize in that moment that everything is transient. There is nothing called permanence, everything is impermanent. Even this physical body is impermanent. So during that moment, the awareness really helps. So friends, it is very essential for us to embrace death with joy and love. So sincerely practicing meditation will help us be prepared and be prepared for this glorious moment. And then we enter into this bardo of dying, which is the painful bardo. And we can reduce this pain, reduce this suffering by practicing awareness. And the next bardo is called the bardo of luminosity. This is the bardo where the ground luminosity dawns on us. We enter the clear light for a brief moment, and if we are aware, and with this awareness, with this path luminosity, if we can move into and recognize the ground luminosity, then we are forever liberated. So the beautiful analogy that the Tibetan teachings give for this moment is a child meeting a mother. How this child feels when the child meets the mother. The child running towards the mother and joining the mother's embrace. So this is the joining of the two luminosities, the child luminosity joining and merging with the ground luminosity. And this is a great moment of awakening. In this moment, all duality ends and everything expands into this pure undivided state of oneness. And this is called clear light, the light without light. There is enormous clarity that comes with this ground luminosity. There is no doubt. All the doubts cease to exist because there is no mind here. Everything is a direct experience. Everything is very clear. We can see everything without seeing, and we are part of all creation. So in these Dzogchen teachings, there are symbols, there are stories, there are anecdotes given about ground luminosity, but there is no single process or method that is given on how to go into this ground luminosity. Because these teachings are very direct, there is no concept here. All concepts will actually help us be in the ordinary mind. So that is why these teachings are very carefully given, not to go into the conceptual mind, not to be stuck again in one concept. So that we can drop all the concepts. We can after death step into this ground luminosity. So after this bardo of clear light comes the bardo of becoming, that is the fourth bardo. So this bardo of becoming is the time, this is the moment we experience the clear light to the moment we are taking the rebirth. So if we cannot recognize this true nature of the mind, what happens is we move into the bardo of becoming. We are pulled by the karmic gravity, and unconsciously we come into a rebirthing cycle. Our thoughts, our feelings, our karmic samskaras, karmic complexes, they attract us, they pull us into a rebirth. So many people, they die with lack of awareness. Unconsciously they die. What happens during that time is, even though the ground luminosity dawns on us, one cannot recognize it, and one will be pulled in a split of a second into the karmic chain, the karmic cycles. And these bardos are extremely complex states, the bardo of becoming, because we have to face all the fear, all the uncertainty here. So we have to be really aware to face this uncertainty, because behind this uncertainty lies huge possibilities. Bardo is a place of healing. Behind this uncertainty, there are innumerable possibilities for healing. So during this bardo of becoming, we get an opportunity to heal our past karmas. This is an intermediate state. And if we can stay with awareness in this bardo, we are presented with many opportunities to let go, drop our karmic substances, and we can gain understanding of what is the reason behind this karmic complex, what is the lesson embedded in this karmic substance. And once we understand that lesson, we can actually let go of the karma, the incomplete, whatever work that is not completed, unfinished, that is called karma. So the bardo is a place where you get an opportunity to finish the unfinished work and drop all the karmic substances, karmic complexes, so that you a life not out of the karmic pull, but out of choice, out of greater karmic lessons, a life of service, a life of compassion, a life of spreading joy. So you move to the higher lessons. So there are tremendous possibilities in the bardo of becoming to choose a much greater life than what would happen to you if you unconsciously go through this bardo of becoming. So friends, this bardo of becoming is now a preparatory stage for the next life. See this beautiful correlation between all these bardos. Each bardo is a preparation for the next bardo. The bardo of living is a preparation for bardo of dying, and bardo of dying is a preparation for bardo of luminosity, which in turn is a preparation for bardo of becoming. If we can bring the clear light into the bardo of becoming, then we can dissolve the karma and we can have a better rebirth. And the bardo of becoming is a transition, is a preparation for the bardo of next rebirth, bardo of living. So this life is such a valuable phase, valuable state. When we look at the bigger picture of all these four bardos, we are actually recycled in these four bardos. We are moving continuously, but after the bardo of death, there is a brief moment where we can be liberated forever. So the teachings of Dzogchen are that is the purpose of these teachings, to help us move into this bardo of luminosity or the ground luminosity. And how do we practice meditation according to Dzogchen teachings? I would briefly explain this process. And according to the uniqueness of these teachings is that it considers all our sensations, all our mental formations, for example, our thoughts. If we take the thoughts, the realm of thoughts, we have one thought. A thought rises on its own, and there is a gap, and there is a second thought that rises on its own. Between two thoughts, there is a gap, and this gap is nothing but pure Rigpa. It is a state where there is nothing, there is only a gap, there is only undivided awareness. So it happens to us all the time. We all go through these gaps, but we don't pay attention to them because our thoughts are coming one after the other so quickly, we hardly pay attention to the gap. So if we can lay our awareness in this gap, we have the experience of Rigpa. This is a doorway to Rigpa, a doorway to the vast undivided awareness. So the second thought, when it rises, it again falls back. So the thoughts are seen as the self-radiance of Rigpa. This is the beautiful teaching of Dzogchen. Thoughts are not considered as bad. Your emotions are not considered as unwanted. Your feelings and sensations are not against meditation. They are all part of meditation. Your thoughts are also part of meditation. Your sensations are also part of meditation. So, in this practice, there is no need to fight with thoughts. There is no need to suppress your thoughts. There is no need to suppress your feelings, because thought is a self-radiance of Rigpa. This is the beautiful teaching. Your feelings, your dark emotions like anger, fear, sadness, they are also self-radiance of Rigpa. So when you see an emotion for what it is truly, then it dissolves back into the vast ocean of Rigpa. But what we do out of ignorance, out of lack of awareness, as soon as an emotion arises, we identify with it. We name it. We name it saying that, oh, this is sadness. And another thought comes out of this sadness, which is fear. And out of this fear comes a greater fear. So an endless chain of deluded thoughts and emotions will take over our ordinary mind. Our ordinary mind becomes so full that we are obscured from this true Rigpa all the time. So, to realize our true nature of mind, we have to understand that we have to see these thoughts and emotions for truly what they are, not classifying them, not labeling them, not identifying with them, not grasping them. If a pleasurable feeling comes, we want to grasp it, hold it, because we want that pleasure, we want that happiness, we want that joy, and we grasp it. So as soon as our ordinary mind grasps an emotion or a feeling, there is a division. There is something that is grasped, there is something which is grasping. But when you become aware, when you see an emotion for what it is, just witnessing this emotion. For example, if you see an ocean on a stormy night, it has very turbulent, rough waves, very fierce and rough waves. Our mind is like that. Always these thoughts are rising, fierce thoughts, stormy thoughts. They rise and they fall. But it is impermanent. A thought that has risen, it has to fall back. And when this wave falls, what happens to this wave? It becomes one with the ocean and it becomes silent. So, similarly, our thought or a turbulent emotion that has risen, it has to fall back. And during this rising and falling, if we can be in this state of witnessing, if we can just be in the state of observing these waves, not identifying with the wave, that is truly the nature of a thought. It rises and it falls. It is truly the nature of an emotion. It rises and it falls back. Then something profound happens. if we start practicing this, it will be very powerful. We will be liberated from these difficult emotions forever. Then our life becomes much simpler, much effortless. We start seeing all thoughts as same. We start seeing all emotions as same. We will not grasp, we will not reject a particular emotion. So when fear comes, we just allow it. When sadness comes, we just allow it. When pain comes, we just allow it. And it's not an easy practice. It requires, according to the Tibetan teachings, they say that it requires tremendous practice, and most of the time this practice has to be done in the presence of a teacher. Without a teacher initiating you, showing you this path luminosity, it is very difficult for one to be aware during the turbulences of life. So, when we see a thought going back into the Rigpa, that is the moment when the thought is liberated. And when we see an emotion going back and merging into this ocean of Rigpa, that is when this emotion is liberated. So every emotion, once it is liberated, what happens is it gives its strength to the Rigpa, to your own awareness. So your Rigpa is strengthened by every emotion that is liberated. So in this way, we get an entirely new perspective of our emotions. We don't see them as unwanted anymore. For example, if you are going through an intense phase of fear in your life, fear of death or fear of future or fear of ill health, any kind of intense fear you are going through. So if you can practice the meditation according to Dzogchen, you see these waves, the waves of fear rising and falling. And once this fear is liberated, then this energy joins you. So there are two advantages of this practice. The first one, you will be liberated from the fear. You see that fear is nothing but the self-radiance of Rigpa, and you are not identified with it. So that is the first advantage. And the second benefit you get is it will strengthen your own Rigpa, your own ability to be aware during these times. And then you are now more, you can stay in awareness effortlessly. Your meditation practice becomes effortless, and you effortlessly stay in the state of pure undivided awareness. And you can, you have this wisdom of discernment between the ordinary mind and the true mind. Otherwise, what happens is most of our life is spent in the ordinary mind. We have a much richer life waiting for us beyond this ordinary mind, but out of unconscious and lack of awareness, we spend most of our lives in the ordinary mind. We may have occasional glimpses of the true mind, but if we don't strengthen our Rigpa, we cannot really enjoy this life fully. Ordinary mind is full of delusions, full of suffering, pain. There is occasional pleasure, but that is impermanent. Everything is impermanent. So we go in these phases of pleasure and suffering, pain and pleasure, they alternate. But when we drop the ordinary mind, if we can strengthen the Rigpa, we can use all our life challenges to strengthen our Rigpa. That is the beauty of these teachings. And this is the way out of suffering. We can come out of our personal suffering as well as strengthen our awareness, the Rigpa. Now, this strengthening will really help us during the final moments of our life. Once we are enough grounded in this Rigpa, then the transition becomes smooth, effortless, beautiful, joyful. And there are many examples of Tibetan masters, Tibetan lamas who died in a glorious way. These Tibetan lamas, they facilitate death. Just like how a midwife facilitates birth, the Tibetan lamas facilitate death. They navigate this dying person through the various states of bardo into the ground luminosity. So, friends, I would like to conclude by giving few points, few principles to summarize this whole teaching of Dzogchen. So, the first principle is all these bardos are transitions, they are preparatory stages. Life is a preparation for death, death is a preparation for liberation into clear light, and clear light is a preparation for the rebirth. And if we see our life in this perspective, our whole understanding of death changes. Our whole understanding of a dying person changes. We will have enormous respect for death and dying people. So that is the next principle, the respect for death, respect for dying people. So today our society has completely ignored the dying people. We only cherish and celebrate youthfulness, we cherish the energy of being always young. So that's why so many millions of dollars are spent on staying young with youthfulness. But death is a fact, old age is a fact, and there is no respect and dignity for the dying people. They die in very unhealthy setups, in hospital beds where no one is really trying to listen to them, trying to be with them. So we need to change this. We need to create a understanding and awareness among the people that death is a fact of life, and death is a glorious moment of life, and death is an opportunity for entering into the ground luminosity. So that is the second principle, respect for death and respect for our own dying. So there is a beautiful saying, if we can truly respect death, we will truly respect life. And when we can let go of the fear of death, we can truly live in this life. Otherwise, this life will be so full of fears, so full of confusion. So death is something that chops off all your false identities. It chops away your ego. And from that something else is born, your true mind. So the next principle that we learnt is the self-radiance of Rigpa. All our thoughts and emotions, they rise and fall back into the vast ocean of Rigpa, which is the pure undivided awareness. So use your challenges that life is offering to strengthen your Rigpa. So this is a difficult practice to do. Staying with your own fears, staying with your pain, For example, if you have back pain or neck pain or some pain in your body, just stay with it. The pain rises and eventually it falls. Your fear rises and eventually it falls. And it goes back into the huge ocean of Rigpa. And it will be very, very extremely therapeutic as well. And I started applying these principles in my own therapy, in my own life, and I received immense benefits from it. I applied it on my illness that I went through, and I started seeing this pain as transient. It comes and goes. It's not permanent. It is only the ordinary mind that is holding on to the pain. The more you hold on to the pain, the more it becomes a reality in your life. But if you just let go and let it fall and let it rise and merge into the ocean of Rigpa, then this pain has really helped me to strengthen my own Rigpa, my own awareness. So that I discovered my gifts, discovered my own inner state of being. So that is the next important principle. Observing or just paying attention to your feelings, your thoughts, and seeing them as they are without labeling them, without identifying with them. So, and the last principle is where you rest in the gap between the thoughts. And the more you practice this, the more you can actually stay in this gap as pure undivided awareness. And thoughts, they go back to the ocean, but you realize that you are not those thoughts. You realize that you are not those feelings or emotions. You are one with this vast sky-like awareness, from where these thoughts and feelings are rising and falling. And once we merge into this pure, undivided, whole awareness, this is the clear light. This is our true essence. This is the true nature of our mind. This is where we all came from and we all go back to. So friends, with this I would like to conclude. I would like to thank the PMC channel and the PMC team for giving me this beautiful opportunity to share the Tibetan Dzogchen wisdom with all of you. And I wish everyone all the best with your journey in this life. And thank you once again. Namaste.
Our PH system has started a new program called as SWAG, It means save water and go green. S for save, W for water, G for go, and another G for green. Save water and go green, my dear friends. We should not waste water. We should always be very, very careful in conserving our water resources. Let us not waste a drop of water. Every drop of water should be utilized properly. Every drop of water should be used in the best possible way. If you are wasting water, then you are contributing to the poverty of the nation. If you are conserving water, every drop of water, you are conserving the nature and you are making the nature prosper. We have to conserve water. Whenever you are seeing an open tap, please close it. Let not the water go waste. This is called as save water. And then go green, plant trees. Everybody should plant trees. That is the most important activity for a man, for a human being, to plant trees. We want a very green planet, not a dry planet. And for plants, water is required. If there is no water, there is no greenery, there are no plants. These are the two important activities for a human being. You have to save water and you must see that everything is green. You must plant trees. While we are enjoying the trees planted by others, we should also plant trees. Everybody is forgetting this point and they are not planting trees at all. Why can't you plant trees? Why are you not aware of that fact, that you must plant trees every day? And always, every minute you must be aware of wasting water, and you must never waste water. Water is a very, very precious commodity. It is a divine commodity. And if you plant a tree, plant a seed, sow a seed, you are making it green. So, this is the movement called as swag. It means save water and go green. I like everybody to say save water, and go green. Please repeat. Save water and go green. Again. Save water and go green. Swag. What is swag? Save water and go green. Again. Save water and go green. Again. Save water and go green. Like this. Save water and go green. How many points? 2 points. What are the 2 points? Save water and go green. How many points? 2 points. What are those points? Save water and go green. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
Hi everyone, Namaste. I'm Suchitra from Houston, Texas. My Atma Pranamas to beloved Pitamaha Patriji, Swarnamala Patriji, Mahavatar Babaji, and Lord Shiva. And I'm thankful to the organizers of Jana Mahila Chakram and to the PMC English team. Last year, we were able to watch all of the programs on the PMC YouTube channel. I was so inspired to see all of the masters, and it was wonderful to hear all of the wisdoms, all of their wisdom. This year, my daughter and I really wanted to come to Jana Mahila Chakram, but due to COVID, unfortunately, everything is online, and we can just meditate and listen to the program from the comfort of our homes. And I'm so thankful and glad that I received this opportunity to share my experience with all of you during Jana Mahila Chakram. PMC is like a spiritual university for me because I came to know about meditation through the PMC Telugu channel. When I told Patriji that during the face-to-face Patriji program, he felt so happy. I also told him that I wanted to teach meditation to children, and he told me that I would not only be teaching to children, but I would be teaching the entire world. When Patriji told me that, I felt so happy that day. Now, I would like to share about myself and my spiritual journey started. As I mentioned before, I first heard about the meditation from Pattu Lakshmi Garu on the PMC Telugu YouTube channel. 2 or 3 days later, on the same channel, I found a video, Swaraj Lakshmi Garu, where she talked about all of the sports she has played, and she was 100 years old at that time, but she was doing so many activities. I was so inspired after hearing her talk about how even at that age she wasn't satisfied. Instead, she talked about all of the service that she wanted to continue doing, and how she wanted to continue spreading meditation. This was at a time when I felt really empty inside, because I was really attached to my daughters, and they were going away to college, and my life before this was so preoccupied by my daughters. I really struggled with letting them go. Swaraj Lakshmi Garu truly inspired me so much, because that's when I realized that my life wasn't over, but in fact, it has just begun. From then on, I would ask the universe to show me one master who could teach meditation. This is when I came into contact with Raghavendra sir, and he first guided me on how to meditation. While practicing meditation, I would also listen to videos on PMC to gain more wisdom from such great masters. I'm so grateful to my first guru, Patriji, because I watched a video of his where he explained how to do meditation and what are the benefits to do every day. I also really loved how he said that you don't need to leave your house to gain wisdom or to do meditation. In fact, you can still within the comfort of your home and go inwards and align with your true self. Then one day I joined Pari Madam's session, where she asked, "Do you love yourself?" And that entire day, I kept asking myself what loving myself means to me, and how I could start loving myself. That was the moment when I began my self love journey. I started putting time towards taking care of myself, my body, my health, and my emotional well being. So thankful to Pari Madam. Through Saroja Gullapalli Madam wisdom, I learned how to go inside and observe my emotional and thoughts, and how to do aware and be present throughout the day. Before I came across her teachings, I used to place fault with my children or my husband and thinking that I was perfect. However, when I started to go inwards, I realized I should stop blaming others. My gratitude to Saroja Gullapalli madam. After few days, I joined Dr. Lakshmi Garu's wisdom about inner child program, and I began to heal and love my inner child. That's why it's with all of these masters, I would not only listen to their wisdom, but I would also find practical ways to implement whatever they have taught into my life. And through this process, I have seen a significant changes in my daily life. By taking care of myself, I began respect who I am, then helped me gain confidence, and I learned to love myself for who I am. Also, I had many questions surrounding the universe and why we are here. When I was younger, I would always wonder why humans are born and why we die, and the purpose behind life. I'm so grateful to Dr. Newton Garu because through his wisdom, I have learned how our souls choose and design each lifetime, how we should live on this earth, and what happens after we vacate these bodies. I'm so thankful to Dr. Newton Garu. Also, before I meditated, I used to chant Lalita Sahasranamam, but I didn't know the true inner meaning. I have learned from Padmakar madam and her Lalita Sahasranamam sessions the true meaning behind it. And also, I had a question about universe. How was the universe created? I got the answer from her sessions too. So I'm so thankful to Padmakar madam. So that's why PMC is like a spiritual university for me, because whenever I have a question, I am able to find the answers through the video on PMC. So at this time, I have gotten an opportunity to make flyers for various sessions, and I have started hosting wisdom sessions for Prabhakar Rao sir, Swaruparani madam, Raghavendra Rao sir, DNA Swarnalata madam, Prakriti Uma Mahesh garu. PSSM gave me so many opportunities to spread wisdom. I'm so thankful to PSSM and PMC channel. Patriji would always say that it is really important to always share whatever you know to others. Therefore, I also taught meditation to my friends, relatives, and as well as to children, which I have immensely enjoyed doing. If we teach children when they are little about meditation, self-love, and how to respect themselves, if we support them unconditionally, they will grow up to be strong, kind, and capable individuals. I'm very grateful that my children also meditate and that we have a space express ourselves openly. My daughter and I, around October this year, we joined the Inner Journey program. I decided to grow spiritually, and through this process, I noticed my thought patterns even more clearly and recognized that I must be aware at every moment. My biggest lesson from the Inner Journey program was to trust, surrender, and accept everything every time. I have a problem or I'm unsure about something, I ask the masters to come, and when I surrender and I am open to receive their guidance, they help me in incredible ways. I always assume that God is far away and distant, but I realize through this process that God is always here and ready to provide if I ask. During the inner journey process, I also received an invitation to share my meditation experiences on PMC from Soumya Krishna Garu, and that was such a wonderful experience where I was able to share on the very same platform that has taught me so much. Then I was able to give another session on self-love and confidence through pyramid call services. Whatever I have learned through Pari Madam session on self-love, I was able to implement in my life and pass on the wisdom to others in the form of my personal experience. That day also, it makes me so much happy. um, After the inner journey program, I learned that when we cook our emotions and thoughts transfer to the food and the people that consume the food, I'm much more awake throughout the process. In fact, I'm able to cook with so much love. I always say a small prayer of gratitude before I eat, thanking the food for nourishing my body. I also say words of gratitude to water before I drink it. That has significantly changed the way I consume food and water, and I am able to enjoy the food that I eat. On this self-love journey, I have also started understand how to live in harmony with the nature around me. In the past, while I have always liked plants, I didn't feel as connected to them. However, now I talk to them, I'm able to receive their love and give so much love to love that loving myself and respecting myself can have a huge impact on my life. I want to encourage everyone to start meditating and incorporating daily self-love practicing into their lives. It might seem hard sometimes, but if we start small and we try with an open heart, it can change our life. I'm so thankful to all my gurus and masters. I'm still learning every day, directly or indirectly, from you, all of you. I'm so excited and looking forward to watching all the masters' wisdoms from different countries in Janamahala Chakram. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share experiences on PMC during Janamahala Chakram. Thank you. Thank you so much.
my sincere, heartfelt pranams and namaskarams to our beloved Guru, Brahmarshi Pitamaha Patriji, and the divine feminine consciousness of Patri Garu, Srimati Swarnamala Patri Madam. I'm really indebted to both of them for providing a very easy way of meditating Anapanasati, which means observe the inhale and exhale of breath, by which a lot of souls are getting the spiritual knowledge and immensely getting more and more experiences through this meditation. Good morning to all the beautiful souls out there. This is a very great moment for me to share my experiences after joining the pyramid meditation. I am Donnie Raghadipti. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, United States of America. For the past 1 year almost, since the lockdown has started, I have joined this meditation and I have been experiencing amazing joy and beautiful experiences are occurring every single moment when I sit in the meditation. To give a brief about myself, I work as a senior application development manager at a professional services company, which is situated in Atlanta as well. I'm staying with my husband. That's all in my family right now at Atlanta. Last year, I had a small incident where I got pregnant, and it was my first pregnant after 6 years of marriage, but the soul left the body during the 37th week of my pregnancy, just before a week before delivery. I was in a very depressed state then. But then I don't know how I had to overcome that and move on. Still, the emotions were applied to me as blockages and are being carried away forever and ever. I was searching for happiness because the soul left from me. I was immensely in love with that soul, immensely connected with that soul. I couldn't even realize when the soul was communicating with me that she wanted to leave the body because I didn't have that knowledge then. But that was my turning point. That was an indication from the universe to me saying that, hey, you have a better path. You have a better life than this one. So this is the moment where you have to switch gears and instead of being materialistic, just move on to the spiritual life. You need to learn this soul knowledge. You need to improve your spiritual knowledge and come to a different path. Since childhood, I was a happy soul. Though I was an unwanted child, like, in families back at India, they feel like, they need to have the first child as a son. But I was born as a girl. So there was some disturbances at my family, but still it didn't bother me. I was raised as a boy rather than a girl. I was a tomboy since beginning, since my childhood. And I used to accompany my grandmother, my father's mom, everywhere, wherever she go. She used to stay with us. And then she was into this meditation before I was born. And all my paternal aunts, they were into this meditation. And my mom also into this meditation, but she was not a regular meditator. So they take some mantra from one of the guru and follow the guidelines of the guru, how to do the meditation. And I used to accompany my grandmother even to the cemeteries during Paurnami, full moon, and even, the new moon days as well. It is kind of like a festival to my grandmom when the full moon days happen during the month. So she used to be very happy during those days, and she used to take me to the cemeteries, and we used to sit together there, with all other people there, which now we call it as Sajjana Sangatya, and share a lot of wisdom and knowledge. I was 5 then, but still I didn't understand what they've been talking. And whenever the buzzwords like, Atma, Sukshmayanam, I have no clue about all those things. And when I asked my grandmom about that, she always used to say that when you grow up, you will learn, you will understand. But since then, I had a curiosity saying that, hey, what is this soul and what is this, knowledge and all of that, what they've been talking about and all. My grandmom, because she was an illiterate, she couldn't read the books. So as a part of our Swadhyayam, they are also supposed to read more and more books. So when I started learning, like, my education, so I helped my grandmom reading those books and trying to understand what it is there. But still, she never used to explain me the internal and inner knowledge behind each and every word. She always used to say that when you grow up, you will learn. My mother, just because I was being very addictive to those books and sharing those knowledge with my grandmom, she was like very scared, thinking that I would become a sannyasini, and then I would not belong to this materialistic life. So she insisted not for me not to go along with my grandmom to the cemeteries and all. That's how my spiritual journey, I would say, the so-called spiritual journey, took a break at that particular age. And then I was just being a normal child, and then moved on with my teens and all. But still, the thirst behind the spiritual knowledge was still existing within me. The only thing which I know is just to love people. I don't even know whether they are cunning or whether they are clever or whether they're smart or something like that. I never used to think that a person who comes and talk to me had a bad intention. I never used to say that this is a bad soul or he's a bad person. I don't like to be gossiped, and I don't like to gossip. I don't like to talk about others. I never used to think that a person could be a bad person. So that is how I have been raised, and I have been nurtured my character like that. And then my father is a very motivational speaker, and he was the one who who sowed the seed within me, like how to be very strong and how to be more independent in stuff like being emotionally or physically or financially dependent on somebody. My mom always wanted me to be a financially independent child. So they gave me a very good education. I finished my engineering. Always I was a top scorer in my education. And I've completed the Rashtrabhasha or the Pravina Hindi during my 8th grade itself. I didn't know what was the purpose then, but I just got an opportunity, so I read that. So I know the difficulties of how to raise a child. I have experienced that by looking at my father and my mother. So I know how hard work means a lot thing. Later on, when I moved on and when I started earning myself, I was never into like, okay, I have to be financially settled. So in 2008, I moved to United States on a work related thing. And since then, I've been settled down here. In 2012, I got my partner, my soulmate. I got married to him, and then I moved to Atlanta here. So we were, even then, it's kind of like a regular materialistic life, running behind money and running behind work and all of that. I was a workaholic since beginning, and still I am a workaholic. I love to work, I don't want to keep my brain calm, which is a positive and also a negative to me. But then it was something like I would relieve my stress when I am more involved in work. And the best compliment what I have got is like, I give my best output when I am under stress, which I'm not sure if it is a positive or negative to me, and then compliments are always very good to hear, right? So then my life moved on, and we were trying to become pregnant. And in 2013, I've been diagnosed with diabetes type 1. And then I've been injecting insulin since then, due to my work stress or anything, whatever it could be, my eating habits or anything. So 2018, I got my first pregnancy. In 2019, February 14th, I lost my soul, my baby soul. So 2019 was an year where I have failed as a mother, but I've been successful as a career-oriented person. But still, that success did not give me any happiness. I indulged myself looking for more and more opportunities and trying to explore more and more things to make myself more happier. But I didn't realize that there is an inner soul within me which also needs happiness. It's not only my physical body. My mind was never calm then, and I was more de-stressed. And even though I've become very strong, I was able to accept it. But the thing is, like, the blocks which I have created within me have never been cleared out. So I could not face my family. I could not cry in front of them, thinking that if I cry, they would also cry along with me. And I don't want anybody to be sad just because of me. So that's how I suppressed my grief, my happiness, or all the emotions. That's how I used to suppress. But they have become big blocks for me. And sometimes because of the hormones or anything, they used to explode out. So that's where I used to become like more crazier. Then in 2020, January, Suchitra Garu from Houston, she is a cousin of my best friend. We know each other for the past 4 or 5 years. And she knew that the situation which I'm going through, and she wanted to bring me up into this meditation. And the moment I heard about the word meditation, I was like, I jumped somehow. I don't know why. I was like, okay, Akka, I'll definitely come into this meditation because I want to calm down myself, because this is not the way which I am being happy. So it was like a magic which went on. It was all the things, like the divine plan was very ready, put together on a very Sunday when she called me for the first time about the meditation. She called me like around 11:30 in the morning, and by 5 p.m. in the evening, I was in a pyramid and doing the meditation. That is how everything got interconnected, because that's what they say. When you are ready, your guru or your master will come searching for you with the divine plan ahead of you. So everything is ready from the universe, and it's all like I was ready at that particular point of time. So the very first day when I sat in a pyramid and started doing the meditation, it took out all the grief and sorrow from me. I just felt like somebody had taken everything out of my body. I felt very light and my brain was calm for the first time. For the very first time. It was very calm. I enjoyed the first 1 hour of meditation and I didn't want to leave it. So that entire week, I think it was in February or January, I roamed around all the pyramid houses here in Atlanta. So they used to do the meditation classes once in a day throughout the week, once in every house. So I went to each and every master's house and did the meditation sitting in a pyramid. It gave me immense happiness. I don't know why. It gave me very immense happiness. And I was calming myself pretty much down, slowing down myself and becoming more and more composed. And in March, we got the lockdown started. That is when the doors for my happiness has started opening up. I heard about Parinta Patri ma'am conducting the Zoom classes every Saturday. I joined them. And it was my great privilege to know about Parinita madam. And the way how she speaks and the way how she motivates you to do the meditation, it reminded me my father and it reminded me my grandmother as well. And that is when I remembered the questions, whatever I had since I was a child while I was with my grandmother. So I wanted somebody to tell me what is soul and what is all of thing. And I read the books like Ramana Maharshi's Who Am I and all of that when I was a child, but I never understood that. So I wanted someone to make me understand who am I, and from there, what was my life purpose and all. The intention behind Suchitraka bringing me into meditation was just to know what was the reason behind my child leaving the body. But I never wanted that because I knew she communicated to me. I knew that she was leaving, but then I was not pretty much serious about it. But then one day in meditation, while I was in meditation, I could see my child because I saw her the physical form before she left the body. So I could see my child and I could talk to her. She spoke with me and she said, this is all a divine plan and this is how you have designed your life and came over here. And I wanted you to become a more spiritual person and learn and quench your thirst of the spiritual knowledge. That is when I want to come back. That is what she told me and she left. And I was happy with that because I got my answer why she left. So I wanted to understand who am I? Am I a soul or am I this physical body? Am I this Deepti or am I somebody else? I wanted to understand that. So I was like sitting in the meditation one day and I was like, is there somebody who can help me understand the reality? What is the spiritual reality and all? The very next moment, I heard about Brahma Vidvarishta Padmakar Madam classes, talking about Lalita Sahasranam Advaitartham. I used to be a great devotee of Lalita Sahasranam, Lalita Amma, Shiva, and all of the god deities. I used to do regular prayers. Every day my day starts with the prayer, like lighting a lamp in my puja room. And then I start the rest of my day. That is how I used to be. And then every Friday I read Lalita Sahasranamam, and I have learned Lalita Sahasranamam from my maternal aunts, and I used to read along with them, compete with them and all. I never had any experiences, but whenever I was told that whenever you chant Lalita Sahasranamam, you should observe in such a way that the Lalita Amma should come in front of you and she should dance to your tunes the way how you sing. That is what I've been told. And I was just told that you have to carry that kumkum along in your hand. That's it. For the first time in my life, when I joined Amma's, Padma Amma, I call her Amma. So for the first time when I joined Padma Amma's meditation classes, talking about Lalita Sahasranama Advaitatam. Within a week, I was doing the meditation and I was chanting Lalita Sahasranama. So the first reality was, when I closed my eyes, I could see Lalita Devi's picture, sitting right in front of me. I was scanning her from the feet to the body. And when I saw her face, I could see my face in her. I was like, it gave me immense happiness. I was so happy. I was so excited. So it was really, 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 the craziest part, I guess. On that day, I felt more happy and I felt like some love has spilled in my heart. And I told my husband and he was like, okay, because he never know. And then on the same day in the evening, I spoke with Padma Amma, and I told her, like, Amma, this has happened. That is when she said, that is your soul darshan. That is your Atma darshan and what you did. And that is when every single day I never missed Padma Amma's classes. And I started getting answers to my questions. Like, who am I? I'm not this body. I'm not this, whatever we are seeing. I'm not Deepti. I am a part of this cosmic energy, cosmic universe, who wanted to experience the way I'm leading my life. That is what I have learned from those Lalita Sahasranama classes. It gave me a really immense pleasure, and the way whatever I think I got to understand that whatever I have learned so far, like being the materialistic education or being the materialistic work which I've been doing, there was a purpose for that one. That is which made me to help or to come up with the execution plan of Lalita Sahasranama Advaita, the YouTube project, which was really a tremendous success. It gave me immense pleasure to add my energies along with throughout the project. So even then, my thirst has not stopped. It's kind of like, okay, I got the knowledge, but it's kind of like I'm not satisfied with the amount of the knowledge which I've got. And again, I sat in meditation, and that is when I got a message saying that your knowledge will increase when you share it with others. Your wisdom will increase when you share it with others. And there is a light within you. You know that it was your light, but it will be a pure brightness of the light only when you lit other lights as well. Because you're a candle. The candle can only give the amount of light with the entire candle. There are other candles. That is when you lit the entire candle, that is when the entire place will glow. This was a message I have got, and I was like looking for a better platform. I've joined other classes as well, which Mahadrashta team has conducted for divine pregnancy. And that is when I've learned like what is the soul plan? How do you conceive babies, and how do you invite those souls into this world? It helped me a lot about talking about the divine pregnancy, like Dhyana Matrutvam and all of that. But still, the knowledge has not, my quench for the knowledge has not stopped. That's when I was looking for a platform where I could share the amount of knowledge what I've got. And that is when I have got to know about Pranahita Madam conducting the Devi Navratri sessions. They are looking for some volunteers who can help them with the technical work. And by all means, I don't know from where I got the thought. And I was like, okay, ma'am, I'm ready. That's when I started. And that was a beautiful, beautiful platform to connect with all the feminine consciousness in the world. For the earth ascension, whatever we are doing right now, this divine feminine consciousness is a must. So it gave me immense happiness, and it filled me so much love when I share the knowledge about the female consciousness. The way how people are receiving it, the way how the love and support they provide, it is really, really making me feel more and more happy. And after Devi Navratri sessions, we did like 9 days, 24 hours Akhanda Dhyanam, which all of us have done a very great job there. From there, after that, I have got some message from the meditation saying that you should conduct some Brahma Muhurta Dhyanam, which is from 3 o'clock in the morning. I told Pranahita Madam, and she was so excited to hear that. And we started doing that. And today is like 40th day of Brahma Muhurta Dhyanam since we have started. Same thing has continued for the Kartik Masam as well, and it is like a huge success. Everybody started following us, and it was tremendously growing. So this is how my spiritual journey has started, and while sharing the knowledge, I am learning new things, like how to share the knowledge. In a sense, like there are multiple ways I can tell, like, okay, you are a soul. People will never understand what do you mean by a soul. Then you have to explore it more further. Like, you never know the knowledge level of each soul, right? That is what we have learned about in the Atmayanam. You never know how much knowledge they have got, or what is the level of knowledge they have got. So it is always good to tell them as if you are telling a child. You're telling a 3-year kid or a 4-year kid. So I had to tweak the way of teaching in such a way that I'm telling to a 3-year-old kid. That made my life more easier, and that made the other listeners also to understand it and to get connected more better. So that is the thing which is happening right now, and I am being very calm and composed, and there is a lot of changes throughout my harmonial level, and also the chemistry between my family has changed a lot, which is really working out well. And also there were a lot of changes, actually, in the sense, like, I was a very crankiest kid since the day one when I was born. I guess that's what my mom told. Like, even if I could not sleep for more than 8 hours, like, or for 8 hours, I used to be the most crankiest person on the earth. My husband also knows that. But now I just sleep only for 2 hours. That's all I do, because I understood the reality behind it. Sleep is only needed for to calm down your senses of your body, and 2 hours sleep is more than enough. And the rest, I just organize myself in such a way that I at least make sure that I meditate for 3 to 4 hours every day. And then I spend certain amount of time to my work, and I spend the rest of the time working for this spiritual things. And recently we have launched Pyramid Health Channel Malaysia. We help them a lot, along with the Mahadrashta technical support team. And we are doing the 21-day 21 doctors spiritual retreat program right now, which is also getting a tremendous response from all over the world. So this is my spiritual journey so far. And out of all this, the most happiest thing what I feel, or it makes me more pleasure or more happier, is when I hear about the stories. People say that, ma'am, we were like this, and when we hear your sessions, this is how we transformed ourselves. It gives a very lot of warmth feeling, like, okay, there is at least one person or somebody who is getting benefited with what we are teaching, who is improving their soul knowledge and trying to step ahead. And the love energies, whatever they have been spreading to me, is really overwhelming. And that is where I always say is that I am I'm indebtedly bowing, surrendering myself to all the love whatever you provide. So again, mi andari premaki dasoham. Thank you so much. And last but not the least, I'm really very thankful from the bottom of my heart for Mahila Dhyana Mahachakram 2 for giving me this opportunity by PMC English channel. Thank you so much. Signing off, Deepti Annam. Bye.
Namaste friends, I'm Madhu and I'm living in Germany from past 4 years. I will be sharing about my journey into spirituality, how I came into meditation. It's in the year of 2009 I started meditating, and that was the year I had underwent a miscarriage, and that was the reason I started meditating. And my husband Ram, I married to him in the year of 2008, and at that time my age was 22 and a half, and I was thinking at this time, who will meditate? This is not the time for meditation, because my husband's family has been meditating with Patriji, with PSSM from 25 years. And when I got married to his family, they said that you meditate and everything will be fine. They'll be saying all these things. I was not believing in all these things. And in the year of 2009, when I underwent a miscarriage, when I hit this depression, so something had happened in my life that I had to change the way I see things. So I thank my in-laws for that, for bringing meditation into my life. And they said, if you want to have answers for all your questions, you have to just go within. And when you meditate, you go within and you find all the answers. And when I heard this statement from my father-in-law, I said, okay, let me give it a try. So I meditated for a week's time, and every day I used to sit for 6 hours, because my mother-in-law was there in Egypt. We were living in Egypt at that time. So my mother-in-law said, I'll take care of the household work, you just meditate. So for about 1 week, I was sitting some days 6 hours, some days whole night I used to sit and meditate. Within a week's time, I found this inner joy. I would like to share also my background, how I was brought up. My father was a very strict father. I'm from Andhra Pradesh, and my father being in a family of 7 sisters, and he always takes care of us. At that time, we were not thinking that he was taking care of us. We were thinking that my father is restricting us, or like he's putting all the boundaries to us, not to go out with friends. And even in the college also, we never participated in any public speaking things. So in the year of 2009, when this happened, when I entered into the path of meditation, so I felt after experiencing this inner joy, I expressed my gratitude to my father, that in my heart, that everything happened for a reason. My father being at that time being strict was not strict. It was just securing us. So that kind of understand I have attained after practicing 1 week of meditation. Then after practicing this 1 week, I never stayed calm. I said, I have experienced something beautiful. I came out of my comfort zones. I just expressing myself much better. So I said, I would like to share to everybody. So from 8th day, without knowing anything about meditation, without reading any spiritual books, with my experience, I went out and I started sharing about my meditation experiences. Then in Egypt, I was thinking that, being in a Muslim country, maybe many people won't opt meditation, because if we say the word meditation, they tag it with Buddhism. So we were having a kind of this mindset that maybe people will not opt meditation. But we were proven wrong. Initially, when we have having people every day coming to our home for the meditation sessions, they used to come, and Indians used to come, and they used to sit, and they used to go. Initially, we used to do for three times in a day. We used to have people with different time slots. Afterwards, my Indian friends started calling their Egyptian friends, and that's how the community started building. And in 2010, that was the first time when Patriji came to Egypt in our home. Patriji was coming to Egypt from 2008 or 2009, but that was the first time in 2010 that he visited us. He stayed with us because he knew that we were doing some meditation sessions in Egypt. When he came to Egypt in 2010, September 10th, a huge shift happened in our life, because till that time, we were just reaching out to small audience. But at that time, something happened, that something drastic had happened. That time, we were using this medium, Facebook medium. We used to create an event saying that, hey, we are doing meditation class in this place. And if anybody is interested, you please do come. So we did the same when Patriji arrived, because we know how Patriji is here in India. Many people utilize his presence. So we thought, why to have Patriji there, not having his message delivered to many people. So we thought we will put it in Facebook, and we put it in Facebook, and only 20 people or 30 people, they said, okay, they will be coming. And when we went to that place, it's just close to the Nile. Next to the Nile, there was an open hall. And when we went there, Patriji started playing flute and the session started. And there were 20 people at the beginning. And then later we have noticed that people were coming. I don't know. We don't know what happened, where these people are coming, because in Facebook there is this thing called going or interested or not going. So something was there. We knew that only 20 people confirmed that they will be coming, but we were not expecting these many people coming. So at the end we could see that there were 120 people. And when we asked them what happened, like why you all are here, how do you know about this? So then they said that there was supposed to be an event happening at the same spot. It's a cultural center. On the spot, they have cancelled the event. When they cancelled the event, we heard this Patriji, somebody's playing flute, and we got attracted and we came there. So that was a shift happened in our life, friends, because without that, we wouldn't have met many Egyptian friends. And again, it broke our ideas that only Muslims or Indians can come into meditation. Anybody can meditate. This is what Patriji had taught us, right? It's a simple science. When you become aware of your breath, you get abundance of cosmic energy. With that cosmic energy, all kinds of health gets healed. When we used to deliver this message to everybody, they see it as a science. They don't see it as a religion. And that's how we started. After that visit of Patriji's, we had everyday sessions without missing even a single day. We have people coming, and all kinds of age groups, all kinds of religions. They used to come and they used to sit at home, and every day we used to have 20-25 people at our home. And on the full moon nights, we have 70-80 people. The whole living room and even the kitchen area, it was completely filled with all the people. So that was a great grand events which we were doing, and that I always have this gratitude to Patriji that that shift he had created, his presence at that time, at that particular period of time, that the foundation had been laid, and from then there is no looking back, friends. And as Patriji always says, that once you know something, you have to tell to people, you have to share it to people. So once I've known the benefits of meditation, I've started, me and my husband, we started sharing to everybody. And in this process, you don't need to be a grand master to share this knowledge. Your experience is enough to inspire others. So when we started doing that, in this process, we got to know who we really are. And what is our purpose of life? There is our purpose of life, me and my husband's purpose of life, is to enlighten or to bring this awareness in everybody that the joy is inside us. It is not somewhere out that we have to seek. Only when we go within, we will find this inner joy. So when we started doing that, we made many friends, and we went to schools, we went to universities, we went to offices. Wherever people used to call us, we used to go. And there was one time that there was one doctor. He's a psychiatrist. He came, and because many people are going happy, when they come home, they meditate, and when they leave home, they are all smiling. And this doctor was very curious, what's happening in their home, everybody is going there, and they started being happy. So he was curious, and he came, and he experimented for 40 days, and he said that, yes, whatever everybody is saying is true. So I have also experienced the same. From now on, if any patient comes to me with psychological issues or with relationship issues, whatever the issues are, I will prescribe them your house address, and I will say them that the dosage will be like 40 days meditation sessions. And that again, a huge shift happened. So many people started coming from far off places, small villages. They used to come with all the family members. In Egypt, it's like a family culture. Wherever they go with a family. So like people used to come and they meditate, and they find this happiness. Not only they find happiness, they start to share the happiness to others. So this is the only thing which we used to share. I cannot go to your place, or I cannot meet your people, but you can share what you have experienced to your own people. That's where we create the ripple effect. Once we know something, we should not stay calm. So these things happen. Many friends we have met in this journey, and every time Patriji used to come to Egypt, it's a huge lessons. And Every time he brings many masters from India to meditate inside the Giza pyramid, and we had beautiful experiences, and we feel very fortunate that we were in Egypt for 8 years at that time, because we get to know so many masters from PSSM, and all great masters, and we have heard their stories and everything, and especially meditating with all these masters and along with Patriji inside the King's Chamber in Giza pyramids is an experience, is amazing experience, and it was at 4 o'clock in the morning.
బ్రహ్మర్షి పితామహ పత్రిజీ గారి శ్రీమతి స్వర్ణమాల పత్రిజీ అమ్మ ఆధ్వర్యంలో తెలంగాణ రంగారెడ్డి జిల్లా కట్టాల్ కైలాసపురిలో జరుగుతున్న మహిళా ధ్యాన మహాచక్రం 2కి స్వాగతం, సుస్వాగతం ఫ్రెండ్స్. అద్భుతమైన వేణునాదం, పితామహ గారి వేణునాదంలో ధ్యానం చేసుకుందాం ఫ్రెండ్స్. ప్రతి ఒక్కరు కూడా ప్రశాంతంగా వారి వారి ప్లేసుల్లో ప్రశాంతంగా కూర్చోవలసిందిగా మనవి.
అందరికీ నమస్కారములు. చక్కగా ధ్యానం చేద్దాం. శ్వాస మీద ధ్యాస, శ్వాసానుసంధానం. ప్రతిరోజు ధ్యాన సాధన. Practice of meditation makes man perfect. సంగీత సాధన ఎలాంటిదో ధ్యాన సాధన అలాంటిది. ఎంతో సాధన చేస్తే కానీ సంగీతం రాదు, ఎంతో సాధన చేస్తే కానీ ధ్యానం రాదు. Practice and practice and practice and practice, my dear friends. We are all meditators. We are dedicated to practice. Everyday practice. Lifelong practice. చక్కగా సాధన చేద్దాం. సాధనతో సమకూర పనులు ధరలోన సంగీత సాధన ఎలాంటిదో ధ్యాన సాధన అలాంటిది. క్రికెట్ సాధన ఎలాంటిదో ధ్యాన సాధన అలాంటిది. స్వాధ్యాయ సాధన ఎలాంటిదో ధ్యాన సాధన అలాంటిది. సజ్జన సాంగత్య సాధన ఎలాంటిదో ధ్యాన సాధన అలాంటిది. ప్రాక్టీస్, everything depends upon practice. Practice means spending more number of hours. గంటలు గంటలు వెచ్చించాలి. మనం కూర్చోవాలి, కళ్ళు మూసేసుకోవాలి, కళ్ళు తెరవకూడదు. మన పక్క కూర్చున్న వాళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తున్నారో మనం చూడకూడదు. మనం ఏం చేస్తున్నామో అదే మనకు కావాలి. आजू बाजू जो कुछ होता है हमें कुछ परवाह नहीं है. हमें क्या करना है, बस उसी से मतलब. कृपया कोई भी आंखें न खोलें. उच्छ्वास निश्वास के साथ एक होते हुए हम बैठेंगे, खूब बैठेंगे मधुर संगीत के साथ. लगातार 3 घंटे उच्छ्वास निश्वास के साथ एक होकर हम बैठेंगे, खूब बैठेंगे. Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnu Gurur Devo Maheshwara Gurur Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Devo Maheshwara Guru Sakshat Parabrahma Guru Sakshat Parabrahma Guru Sakshat Parabrahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha 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 Namaha